guys, this is Crimson.
And this is Swan.
Season 3 is here.
And we'd love to know what you think of the stories.
Even if it's bad.
So leave us a comment.
Or give us a thumbs up.
Thank you.
With this key, you unlock the world to your dreams. What lies beyond could be the doorway to nightmare. Come in. Welcome. I'm your host through the doorway to nightmare. Do you dream? What are dreams? What are they made of? Are they glimpses into the past? Or are they forebearers of a frightening future?
Don't you understand? I don't want to dream. Ever.
But I don't understand, Maya. Why are you so afraid to dream?
Because of what happens.
What happens in the dreams?
No. What happens in the real world after I dream.
Our mystery drama, Dream a Little Dream, was written especially for Doorway to Nightmare by Winslow, Swan, and edited by Crimson McKenzie. Our stars, Crimson McKenzie and Winslow, Swan. It is brought to you in part by Swanage Press. I'll be back shortly with Act 1. Consider the world of dreams, an unearthly place where anything can happen, and usually does. Dreams can be fleeting, a brief memory of a time before, and then there is the horrifying world of the nightmare.
No, don't go near it. Please, Gerald, don't touch it. Don't touch it!
It is a very terrifying nightmare, Miss Hastings. But it was only a dream.
No, Doctor. It was much more than that.
Please, call me Ted. Or Theodore, if you prefer.
Then why do you call me Miss Hastings?
Well, that's your name, isn't it? Maya Hastings.
It was.
Oh, did you get married?
Dr. Gilchrist. I've been coming in this office for the past year. You even met my husband once.
I'm sorry, but I've never had the pleasure.
It's happening. It's actually happening.
Miss Hastings, what is happening?
Doctor, you really don't remember meeting my husband, Gerald? Do you?
Oh, is that his name?
You know it is! Until today. I had the dream last night.
Yes, where your husband touches a bright light and then just disappears. As I said, simply a nightmare.
But it was much more than a nightmare. Don't you see? I dreamed that my husband Gerald vanished without a trace. And today, no one remembers him. It's as if he's been erased.
Miss Hastings, Maya, I know that dreams can seem real at times. Some of my nightmares have involved monsters and strange beings, but that's all that they are. Dreams.
Rain. So much rain. Haven't had rain in days. maybe weeks. And so heavy. Lightning. No. Stop it. The lightning. It destroyed the courthouse. Stop it. Stop it. Stop it!
Another nightmare, Miss Hastings?
Yes. I thought we were in the middle of a heat wave.
A heat wave? Oh, what I wouldn't give to see the sun again.
What do you mean?
Miss Hastings, it has been raining for almost a year. Oh, don't you remember? Something about a shift in the polar caps. The first storm started almost a year ago.
No.
The lightning was so bad it destroyed the courthouse. There were almost 100 people inside.
No! It's not possible!
John Irving once wrote, "Of all the things you choose in life, you don't get to choose what your nightmares are. You don't pick them, they pick you." I'll be back shortly with Act 2. Maya Hastings has been having nightmares that have seemingly been having an effect on the real world. But what is reality?
Doctor, I think that I'm losing my mind.
Miss Hastings, please calm down. It's going to be all right.
No, it isn't all right. Don't you understand?
I understand that you are under some sort of a strain. Now, let's just look at this logically.
There is no logic to any of this.
Please calm down. Now, you say that you had a nightmare in which your husband somehow vanished.
Yes!
And the next day it appears that you not only did not have a husband, but have never been married.
But Gerald was real!
All right, let me finish. Then you say that you dreamed the rain and the destruction of the courthouse?
Doctor, I saw the courthouse yesterday. We have been in a heat wave for over a month.
Miss Hastings, it has been raining for almost a year. Now, in my professional opinion, I believe that you're simply mixing up your nightmares with reality.
Doctor, I just want the dreams to stop. Can't you give me something that'll do that?
Well, I think that a mild antidepressant and something to help you sleep will be better.
And what happens when I dream tonight? What will be changed then?
Maya, just take the prescriptions and I'm sure that everything will be fine.
Mother? Father? What's happening? What are all these people doing in the house? So many of them. I can hardly move. Wait, what's going on? Oh my God! They're decaying? Becoming corpses? What? No! No! No!
Ah, Maya. So good to see you. It's nice to have someone to talk to again.
But I've seen you every day for the past week. And what about your other patients?
Well, except for you and Mrs. Smithers, who only wants to talk about her dog. Well, I have no other patients. The war took care of that.
War? What war?
Oh, now please, Miss Hastings, you do remember the war. The chemical bombs that were dropped, the retaliation by our own stupid government that wiped out almost 6 billion people. It took my own parents.
No, I only dreamed them dead.
Another nightmare? Well, I can fully understand. I still have nightmares about the people in the street, the blood pouring out of them, making the roads red.
Doctor, yesterday I came here and told you that I dreamed a storm. Last night, I dreamed that a multitude of people died, and now you're telling me that a war took them away?
Miss Hastings, I can no longer feed this fantasy of yours. You cannot dream things into existence.
But apparently I can! I have!
Well, fine. Then just dream all of the people back into the world.
I wish that I could. I cannot control what I dream.
Perhaps you can.
What do you mean?
Well, maybe if I hypnotize you and then give you a dream, perhaps that will do it.
Do you think that's possible?
Well, I believe that it is worth a try.
So you do believe me?
I don't know. Let's just wait and see.
Doctor, could you suggest that I dream of nothing?
Maya? Can you hear me, Maya?
Yes.
You are completely hypnotized. Do you understand?
Yes.
The only thing that you can hear is my voice.
Yes.
In a moment, I'm going to suggest a dream. It will be pleasant and soothing. Oh, wait. I can't tell her to dream of nothing. If what she is saying is true, what would happen to the world?
I see you, Doctor. You're standing by a large grandfather clock.
Maya, listen to me. You are going to dream.
The clock is starting to speed up, going faster and faster.
Maya, you must.
You're
listen
aging faster and faster.
Maya, stop it.
Faster and faster. Older
Stop
and
it.
older. Faster and faster.
Stop it.
Older and older.
Stop it! Stop it!
John Lennon once said that he believed in everything until it was disproved. Who is to say that dreams and nightmares aren't as real as the here and now? You be here when I return with Act 3. What dreams may come, asked Hamlet, but when dreams become nightmares, what horrors may invade the mind and the world?
Doctor? Are you all right?
Do I know you?
It's Maya. Maya Hastings. Remember?
Are you the new nurse?
I was your patient, remember? Yesterday I saw you. You hypnotized me. Yesterday you were a young man, only about 30 years of age.
My dear, I'm 87 years old. I'm in this hospital because my body is failing me.
I didn't mean for this to happen.
Who did you say that you were?
I was your patient. I was seeing you about my nightmares. Don't you remember?
Oh, I've had some horrible nightmares, but they eventually go away. I wouldn't worry about it.
No, Doctor. You don't understand. My nightmares really are changing reality.
I seem to remember a young girl who did have some nightmares, but that can't possibly be you.
Somehow I'll make all of this right. It seems easy enough. Self-hypnosis. I just have to relax myself. I have a recording of myself telling me to dream. To dream. It's the only way I know of. Maya, you can only hear my voice. You are in a deep sleep. You are about to dream. The only way to make things right is to dream back the way things were. The only way is to dream yourself out of existence. It will be the last dream and nightmare that you will ever have.
Yes, Miss Fairchilds. Didn't I have an appointment this afternoon? No? Are you sure? I could have sworn that someone was supposed to be here at 2. Well, I can't remember her name. I remember that it was Maya something, but it's all I can remember. It's all I can remember. I'm sorry, Miss Fairchilds. Did I call down to you, or did you call me? What was I asking about? You don't remember either. Oh well, must not have been important. Just send up the next patient, will you please?
Maya Hastings was never heard from again. In fact, no one even remembers having heard or seen a Maya Hastings. She simply did not exist. I'll return shortly with a final word. The author George Packer wrote, "Pay attention to other people's nightmares because they might be contagious." And as the curtain closes on our little drama, ask yourself, what dreams may come to you? Our cast included Crimson McKenzie and Winslow Swan. The story was edited by Crimson McKenzie, and the entire production was under the direction of Winslow Swan. And now, a preview of our next tale.
The rules are very simple. Follow them, and you both will be able to walk out of that room.
Just who the hell are you? What is this place?
Tim, what does he want?
You will notice that the only thing in this room is a table with a telephone. There are 2 buttons, a red and a green one. When the red one rings, Mr. Dalton will answer. The green one is from Mrs. Dalton.
What do you want? What do you want?
You will talk to me directly on the phone. The one rule to follow is, no matter what I say, you will not tell your spouse.
We don't keep secrets from each other, you maniac.
Are you so sure about that, Mr. Dalton?
Doorway to Nightmare is brought to you in part by Swanage Press. This is your host, inviting you to return with us through the Doorway to Nightmare for another adventure into the world of your terrifying imagination. Until next time, slumber peacefully. Epilogue. The butler did it.
Hey guys, this is Crimson.
And this is Swan.
Season 3 is here.
And we'd love to know what you think of the stories.
Even if it's bad.
So leave us a comment.
Or give us a thumbs up.
Thank you.
With this key, you unlock the world to your dreams. What lies beyond could be the doorway to nightmare. Come in. Welcome. I'm your host through the doorway to nightmare. I begin with a question, mostly for married couples. How well do you know your partner? When people begin that journey down the road of getting to know one another, it can be a mysterious and stressful time. Secrets are hidden only to be admitted to as the couple grow closer.
The rules are very simple. Follow them, and you both will be able to walk out of that room.
Just who the hell are you? What is this place?
Tim, what does he want?
You will notice that the only thing in this room is a table with a telephone. There are 2 buttons, a red and a green one. When the red one rings, Mr. Dalton will answer. The green one is from Mrs. Dalton.
What do you want? What do you want?
You will talk to me directly on the phone. The one rule to follow is, no matter what I say, you will not tell your spouse.
We don't keep secrets from each other, you maniac.
Are you so sure about that, Mr. Dalton?
Our mystery drama, The Test, was written especially for Doorway to Nightmare by Winslow, Swan, and edited by McKenzie. Our stars, Dave Arkipov, Annie Mick, and Robert Jackson. I'll be back shortly with Act 1. Permit me to introduce to you Timothy and Anna Dalton, an average couple who have been married for 10 years. As a matter of fact, Tim has made reservations at, well, a subpar restaurant where the food is just above that of a fast food restaurant. Both are currently on the phone talking with a friend.
Yes, it's been 10 years today. Oh, Marge, I'm surprised he even remembered. I don't know, Marge. He's been acting funny lately. I'm not sure. Just funny. Like he's been trying to avoid me. All I know is after tonight, he has got to go. And I don't mean just leaving. He's really got to go.
Yeah, Fred, I gotta do this anniversary thing tonight, so no poker. Oh, yeah? Does she have a sister? Oh, I'm sure that Anna will find fault with the place I picked out for our dinner. Hey, it was all I can afford. You know how she is, always wanting the best of everything. I swear, Fred, she's got to go. And I don't mean just leave. I really mean she has got to go.
Last of the big spenders.
What did you say?
Oh, please, Tim. Could you not have picked a cheaper place for our anniversary? I mean, The burger place across the street is still open.
What do you want from me? A 5-star place would have charged us $50 for breadsticks.
Yes, everyone, please meet my husband of 10 wonderful years, Diamond Jim.
Damn it, Anna. I'm doing the best I can with what I bring home. You would think that you would appreciate that.
Jim, you have been with that same company for 15 years. In all of that time, you have once to get any kind of raise.
Can I help it if the economy's bad?
You've never even asked.
So sue me.
Maybe I should. For a divorce.
Fine. We can call an attorney in the morning.
You can barely afford me now. Divorce would bankrupt you.
Just keep it up, Anna. You might find yourself walking home.
Excuse me, but could you please lower your voices? We've been getting some complaints from the other diners.
I'm surprised you even have other diners.
If there's anything wrong with the mail, I'm sure we can...
Oh, it's not your fault. My husband, and I use that term very loosely, thinks that a can of tuna and some mac and cheese is a gourmet meal.
That's it. We're out of here.
Tim, please be careful.
Now you're going to tell me how to drive. It's just a little rain.
It's getting worse.
Will you please shut up and let me drive? Great. Now what's this idiot's problem?
What is it?
If this guy behind me gets any closer, he's going to be in the back seat.
Maybe he needs to get around us.
He can go take a flying leap. Hey! Go ahead, you moron! Turn your bright lights on. Blinding me helps so much.
What's he doing?
Hey, back off!
Tim?
Hang on! He's trying to bump me off the road. What the hell is wrong with this guy?
Tim! Watch out! Tim! Please wake up! Tim! Baby, please, you've got to wake up.
What happened?
We were hit by that car from behind. You ran off the road, and after that, I don't know what happened.
Oh, my head feels like a ton of bricks. Where are we?
I don't know.
We should be at a hospital somewhere.
I know. If this is a hospital, then we've been quarantined.
This isn't right. Hello? Hey!
I've tried that. There isn't anyone here.
Come on, let's get out of here.
I've tried that too.
What do you mean?
Tim, there isn't a door.
Well, there has to be a door. Otherwise, how did we get in?
I'm telling you, there isn't a door or even a window. Baby, I'm scared.
It's going to be okay. Hey! Is anyone there? Hello?
Good evening, Mr. and Mrs. Dalton.
Finally. Where are we?
You are my guests. I bid you a welcome.
But who are you?
You may call me the Guardian.
Fine. How do we get out of here?
That entirely depends on you.
Just open the door.
As you can see, there is no door or window. No, your freedom depends on what happens during the test.
I have been subjected to tests during the course of my life. I don't recall ever being locked in a room with no visible exits for any sort of test, or being greeted by a disembodied voice over a small speaker. I shall return, however, with Act 2. Tim and Anna Dalton, after being in a car accident, find themselves in an empty room that has no doors or windows. They have been greeted by someone who calls himself the Guardian. Both are beginning to feel that creeping sense of fear.
Tim, what are we going to do?
Ceiling is at least 10 feet high. Square room. No furniture, except that one table with a telephone. Hey, did you try the phone?
While you were knocked out. Nothing.
Well, it's there for some reason.
Tim, what are we going to do?
I don't know. Look around. What do you want me to do? Sorry, hon. I just don't know.
Mr. and Mrs. Dalton, you have been brought here for a test. A rather simple test. There really is only one rule.
Just who the hell are you?
The Guardian, Mr. Dalton. Now please listen carefully. I do not wish to repeat myself. The telephone has 2 buttons on it, one red, one green. When the red one lights up, you, Mr. Dalton, will answer it. The green one is for Mrs. Dalton. I will speak to whomever answers. But a conversation cannot be repeated to your respective spouse. Do you understand so far?
Oh, God. What's happening?
Do you understand?
Yes. Red is for me. Green is for Anna. We can't tell each other what you tell us.
Very good, Mr. Dalton. Now that you understand the rules, we will begin shortly. I must warn you both. If either one of you breaks the rule, this chamber will fill with cyanide gas. It's a rather ugly way to die.
Wait. I don't know who you are, but I will damn sure find out. And when I find you, I'll kill you.
Mr. Dalton, look around you. Consider your options. Which are none?
Could we, please, have some water?
Look, Anna, up there.
What is that?
Looks like some sort of dumbwaiter dropping down from the ceiling. Maybe I could climb up there and get out that way.
I don't think you could fit in that tiny hole.
It's worth a try, isn't it?
Look, there's some water.
You're right. The size of that hole is no more than a small card table. No way I could fit through that.
Here, drink some. It will help.
Wait, how do you know it isn't poisoned?
I think if this guy wanted to kill us, he could have done it a long time ago.
I guess you're right. Red light. Guess I'd better answer that. Perkins Mortuary. You stab 'em, we slab 'em.
Very amusing, Mr. Dalton.
So what now?
Listen very carefully. Your wife, the lovely Anna, is having an affair.
What did you say?
While you were busy at work, her supple, naked body was squirming all over another man.
You liar!
Specifically your next-door neighbor. Mr. Harold Stanton. It's been going on for almost 3 months.
Tim, what did he say?
Nothing. He's a maniac.
Green light. Guess it's my turn.
No, I'll get it. Ow! Damn it!
What happened?
I grabbed the phone and it shocked me.
Green is for Mrs. Dalton. I suggest that you remembered that.
I'll talk to him.
Mrs. Dalton, I suggest that you be a little more prompt when answering.
Screw you.
Now let's be a little nicer. Your husband has been having an affair with his secretary, Joanne Graham.
You're a liar.
Well?
I don't believe it.
Wow, another red light. What now? Another lie?
She has been draining the bank account. She is planning on leaving you. My sources inform me that she is already talking to lawyers.
When the hell does this stop?
Anna, if I ask you something...
You maniac. Stop it. Just stop it.
Mrs. Dalton, your husband has been looking for someone to kill you.
What? What did you say?
Your husband has been trying to put a contract out on your life.
So what did he say? Anna,
We aren't supposed to tell.
The hell with him. What did he say?
Like you said, he's a maniac. A liar. How long have we been here?
I don't know. My watch is gone.
I'm getting hungry.
Try not to think about food.
Tim, do you love me?
What kind of a question is that?
One that a wife asks of her husband. Do you love me?
I don't think that this is the time to have that conversation.
Why? Afraid our friend might hear us?
Of course not.
Then why don't you answer? Do you still love me?
Anna, I don't know.
What kind of answer is that?
The only one I can come up with right now, okay?
We're going to die in here.
Now, why do you say that?
Look around, Tim. Do you really think that this guardian is really going to let us go?
I don't know. Do you still love me?
After 10 years of marriage, I thought that I did. I'm not sure either. Red light.
Now what?
Very shortly, Mr. Dalton, I will be sending the food down by the dumbwaiter. I suggest that you do not eat it. Prove your love to your wife by offering it all to her.
Why?
The food is poison. Her death will be swift and painless. You will be free to go.
What did he say? Oh, wait. You're not supposed to tell me. Green. I guess it's my turn.
Mrs. Dalton, I will be sending down some food in a few minutes. Prove your love to your husband and offer it all to him. You see, the food is poisoned. His death will be swift and painless.
I can't do that.
But Mrs. Dalton, I told you he wants you dead. Kill him instead and I will let you go.
You monster!
Agnes McPhail once wrote, "Do not rely completely on any other human being, no matter how dear. We meet all of life's greatest tests alone." Tim and Anna Dalton have been given a test, and both are thinking very hard about it. You think about coming back for Act 3 when I return shortly. Tim and Anna Dalton are trapped in a room with no visible means of escape. They are being held by someone called the Guardian, who has given each of them a rather unique choice of freedom.
I thought...
What?
Nothing. Feels like it's been hours since he called.
It's been a long time.
I'm just so hungry.
Me too. Try not to think about food.
I can't think of anything else.
You asked me a question earlier. I didn't have a very good answer.
Neither of us did.
I guess that after 10 years, it seems that we grew apart. I don't know what happened to us. I do know that I want to try and fix whatever needs to be fixed between us.
You're right, Tim. I don't know what happened either. I do know that somewhere, deep down, possibly in both of us, we still love each other.
And it only took a maniac to show us that. Finally. Wow, What a wonderful anniversary dinner.
Couple of sandwiches, glass of water. Probably better than that meal in the restaurant. Tim, don't eat it.
I was just about to tell you the same thing. I think I can guess what the Guardian told you. The food is poisoned. It's what he told me.
Oh, Tim, what are we going to do?
Oh, God. Gas. It's coming down from the ceiling.
Tim, he's killing us.
Anna, come here. Let me hold you. I love you.
I love you too. Yes, please hold me. I'm so scared.
Me too, my love.
Tim.
I love you.
Tim.
Anna.
Tim.
Mr. Dalton, you're okay. Can you hear me? Mr. Dalton.
Oh, my head. Where am I?
You're at Mercy General. I'm Dr. Matson.
My wife?
She's just down the hall. Do you remember what happened?
How did we get here?
Apparently you wrecked your car. A passing motorist just happened to see the car in the ditch and called an ambulance.
Where's the Guardian?
The Guardian? If you mean the person who called the ambulance, I have no idea. You're going to have some bruises, but I think that you'll be okay.
No, you don't understand.
Just try to stay calm. I'll go and get your wife.
Mr. Dalton?
Yeah?
I'm here with your discharge papers.
Oh, God, it's you.
I'm sorry?
I recognize that voice. You're the Guardian, you son of a...
I'm Derek, the discharge nurse. I understand that you have had quite an experience.
No, you are him.
Are you okay, Mr. Dalton? I'm just here to give you the papers so you can go home. Should I call for the doctor?
No, I'm okay. I could have sworn.
At least you don't have to stay in the hospital. I hear the food isn't the best in the world. A step above poison.
What did you say?
Give my regards to Anna.
Tim? Honey? Are you okay?
What the hell's going on, Anna?
I don't know.
I think that the Guardian was just in here.
You mean that male nurse?
Yes, I swear I recognized his voice. We need to talk to the police.
And tell them what? We don't even know where we were.
Perhaps we may never know.
All that I do know is that I love you dearly. We have some things to talk about, but I'm willing, if you are.
Anna, I was trying to have you killed.
I know, and you had good reasons. I've been having an affair, and it's over. Do you think that we can start over?
The comedian Andy Kaufman once asked, "What's real? What's not?" That's what I do in my act. Test how other people deal with reality. For Tim and Anna, perhaps they have passed the test, be it real or imagined. You decide, and I'll return shortly with a final word. I have known couples who had been together for upwards of 60 years, a lifetime with the same person. I often wonder what sort of secrets that they had that they never disclosed to their partners. Ask yourself, what secrets do you harbor, and how does that affect your relationship? Our cast included Dave Arkipov, Annie Mick, Robert Jackson, Carter Sheriff, and William Stafford. The entire production was under the direction of Winslow Swan, and the story was edited by Crimson McKenzie. And now, a preview of our next tale.
Are you insane?
It's quite simple. You spin the cylinder. There is only one bullet. You then hand me the gun, and I shoot you. You have a 5 in 6 chance of surviving.
This is a stupid dare.
Either do it, or I put all 6 bullets and then... and then... you will have no chance at all.
Doorway to Nightmare is brought to you in part by Swanage Press. This is your host, inviting you to return with us through the Doorway to Nightmare for another adventure into the world of your terrifying imagination. Until next time, slumber peacefully. Epilogue. The butler did it.
Hey guys, this is Crimson.
And this is Swan.
Season 3 is here.
And we'd love to know what you think of the stories.
Even if it's bad.
So leave us a comment.
Or give us a thumbs up.
Thank you.
With this key, you unlock the world to your dreams. What lies beyond could be the doorway to nightmare. Come in. Welcome. I'm your host through the doorway to nightmare. Have you ever taken a dare? You know, when you were younger and perhaps less vulnerable, where you never once thought about the consequences.
Are you insane?
It's quite simple. You spin the cylinder. There is only one bullet. You then hand me the gun, and I shoot you. You have a 5 in 6 chance of surviving.
This is a stupid dare.
Either do it, or I put all 6 bullets and then... and then... you will have no chance at all.
Our mystery drama, The Dare Club, was written especially for Doorway to Nightmare by Winslow, Swan, and edited by Crimson McKenzie. Our cast includes Robert Jackson, Crimson McKenzie, Raven Adams, and Ezra J.D. Emmans. It is sponsored in part by Swanage Press. I'll be back shortly with Act 1. I dare you. 3 small words that can cause not only emotional trouble, but physical as well.
Spin the cylinder. Now slide the gun to me. Now I cock the gun and point it at your head.
There! I did it! I'm in, right?
Oh no, we simply had another bullet.
That wasn't the dare.
I guess the roles have changed.
Daryl, stop it. Come on, he's done the dare.
Was anybody talking to you? He asked us to join our group. We didn't ask him.
The heck with the group. I don't need this.
Time for another bullet.
Hey, man, stop it.
Yeah, Daryl, stop it. Randy's had enough.
Shut up, Carl. Unless you want to play.
Damn it, Carl, do something.
That's enough, Daryl.
Oh, just one more bullet.
Stop it. Stop it. Both of you can go and...
Hey, buddy, come on. You did it. You're definitely in.
The look on your face when that blank cartridge went off was priceless!
You could have killed me!
Nah, no way, man. We wouldn't kill off one of the best computer guys in the business, now would we?
I heard that you two were pretty extreme, but I never dreamed that it would go that far.
Come on, it's just an initiation, that's all. You should have seen what this maniac put me through. Be glad he didn't do that to you.
Well done. And I understand congratulations are in order.
Excuse me, but this is a private table.
Oh, and I would never presume to intrude. My name is Jessica. Brody.
I'm Randy, and this is...
A private party.
Of course it is.
Oh, by all means, join us.
Huh. I know you. I know all of you. Daryl Strickland, millionaire several times over, close to joining the Billionaires Club with his business savvy. Carl Franklin, also a millionaire who seems to make money out of nothing. And now you have Randy Simmons, yet another millionaire. Now, what do you all have in common? I wonder.
I'm sure that you're gonna tell us.
I've been watching you. All of you. For the past several months. Especially Daryl and Carl. You know, Randy, I think that you're the first person that has actually taken them up on their dare. I wonder why you are so special.
Well, actually...
Is it that you want, Miss... Brody?
Aw, haven't you already guessed? I want to become a member of your Whittle Club.
It's by invitation only.
And you weren't invited.
Oh, yes. Here's my card. And here are a few facts that I found out about you two. Very naughty. I'll be in the private room, expecting you in a few minutes.
Alright, we're here. Now what do you want?
I told you. I want to be a part of your little club.
And you think that blackmail is the way to get in?
I never said a word about blackmail.
This file says otherwise.
Gentlemen, I would never let something so trivial interfere with business.
Just what is your business?
All right. Cards on the table. I have a startup that I would like to grow in a very short amount of time.
What sort of business?
I am looking for rather affluent people who are looking to secure their holdings and businesses. For a small fee, I can do that for them.
You are running protection.
Oh, please! I don't have thugs running up and around the streets with ball bats, trying to knock someone's knees out for $50 worth of protection. That went out with the mafia, or whatever it was. No, I administer computer protection, data protection, identity protection.
If you have a good program, then it should sell itself. Why do you need us?
Simple. You have very influential friends. By joining your little club, I can be assured of acceptance into that world, yes?
And what if they don't want your services?
Oh, but they will. You see, I also have a wonderful team of computer hackers who can literally rain down hellfire and brimstone. By the time they have virtually destroyed someone, people are more than willing to secure my services. Although the price would be doubled since I have to undo all the damage that was done.
That you caused in the first place.
Precisely.
And what if we were to say no?
Then my hackers would have no qualms in raining hellfire down on you.
Accepting a dare is a rather childish way to show a person that you are not afraid of anything. The real hero knows when to walk away. Don't you walk away until I return with Act 2. Jessica Brody, entrepreneur and bully, has cornered Daryl, Carl, and Randy to let her be a part of the Dare Club, an exclusive, members-only party.
Okay, so you want to be a part of the club.
Exactly.
Daryl, what are you thinking?
Well, Carl, we just initiated Randy here. Why not have someone else join our club?
Now you're talking.
Of course, you will have to take a dare.
I believe we can skip that part.
Oh, I see. You're all talk.
Yeah, just like a bully.
Watch your mouth.
Or what? You're going to expose us? Don't you get it? We don't just make you do a dare. We videoed the entire thing and uploaded to our private channel so that everyone knows you are truly part of our club.
Of course. Randy's video has already gone out. All of our friends, and there's a lot of them, have seen it.
Are you kidding?
Yep, you should see the comments, Randy. Oh, boy. Oh, man. Wow, you're definitely a star.
I still don't think...
Don't if you don't want to.
I'm not gonna do some adult film with 20 other people.
Nothing like that. We have plenty of those films from willing participants.
All right. So what is my dare?
Meet us back here tomorrow night at 8. I'm sure that we can come up with something.
Ah, gentlemen. Right on time.
Who's the ape?
Steady, Spencer. Spencer is, let us say, my insurance policy.
Doesn't he talk?
Does he have to? I see you can't even look him in the eye. Besides what he lacks in voice, he sure does make up in pure brawn.
He is rather large.
Now, let us get down to business. So, boys, what is my dare?
We figured that something simple should suffice.
You mean...
Don't you think that Miss Brody can handle that? I see you just had to bring your guard dog.
Spencer is with me always. As I said, insurance.
Well, you don't have to worry.
Where are we going?
You will see. And if at any time you want to back out, all you have to do is say so.
Oh, I'm sure that I have faced much worse. A cemetery?
Scared already?
Just tell me, what is this dare supposed to be?
Like I said, very simple. Do you see that crypt over there? The big one, with the angel on top?
What about it?
That's your dare. You spend the night inside. All night.
That's it?
That's it. We have a camera set up inside to monitor you.
Now there are conditions.
Which are?
You can't leave before sunup. All night, or nothing at all.
And we will even let you take Spencer to keep you company.
Yeah, if nothing else wants to.
What does that mean?
Well, the crypt is supposed to be haunted.
Supposedly some kids tried to spend the night in it on a dare years ago. They didn't last an hour.
I remember that story. There were 3 of them, right? All of them died within 2 days of entering the crypt.
Right. And now their spirits haunt the crypt and warn people away.
Some things should never be laughed at.
Fine! Come on, Spencer. Let's show these boys how it's done. Hey! Wait a minute. You didn't say anything anything about closing the door.
That's part of the dare. I mean, we could leave you here, then you could just walk out and tell us you spent the night in there.
Yeah, there are blind spots that the camera won't catch.
So we have to make sure. Don't worry. You see this hole in the door?
Yes.
The key to the door is hanging on a peg. All you have to do is stick your arm out, grab the key, unlock the door, and walk out. Of course, if you do it before sunrise, we will know.
Oh, you're not gonna be waiting outside?
Are you kidding? I don't like being out here now.
There's a sensor on the door over there. If you open it, it trips the sensor and we get a signal. After that, we come and get you.
But you don't complete the dare. In other words, the video will go up as a fail.
Then you can kiss all those potential clients goodbye.
Fine. Let's get this over with.
I remember as a child giving and receiving dares. It was a test of bravery, and in some cases, complete stupidity. As Jessica watches the heavy door close, she begins to wonder if this was really worth the risk. I'll be back with Act 3 shortly. Jessica Brody has taken on the dare of spending the night inside of a crypt. Her bodyguard, Spencer, has also been allowed to go with her. The boys are now sitting in a van just outside of the gates of the long-forgotten cemetery.
Okay, Randy, did you set everything up?
It's all ready. I was able to hide the speakers inside the walls.
The sound effects I got from that movie studio filming in town.
And the big effect?
I had the special effects guys come out and set it up earlier today.
Kind of cheesy, don't you think?
Yeah, but I don't think Jessica will see it coming.
Well, Spencer, let's get comfortable. Oh, stop flailing your hands about. You know I don't know sign language. It's just a stupid dare. Don't be scared. Really? You're gonna have to do better than that. Spencer, calm down. They are trying to scare us. It's okay. Wow, great sound effect. I think the Haunted Mansion at Disney is scarier. Spencer, will you stop it? What are you staring at? The coffin? There isn't anything wrong with... What the hell? Spencer, what's the matter? Spencer! What is it? Hey, we have a medical emergency. Let us out! Let us out! Will you guys cut the crap? Something's wrong with Spencer! Oh! Wanna get my hands on you? Spencer! Spencer! Oh God. You're not breathing, are you? Spencer! I don't know what to do! Guys, I think Spencer had a heart attack! Get us out! What the coffin is opening up? The body is beginning to sit up. No. Guys, let us out! Wait, the key. This is crazy, stupid boy stuff. I can get the key. I can just fit my arm through the portal. There, I have the key. Ow! Damn it! I dropped the key. Wait. I dropped the key. Guys, I dropped the key. Get us out now. I know you can see me. Let me out! Let me out!
Where are we going?
As far away from here as we can.
You think she realized what happened?
By now, don't know.
She can get out, can't she? I mean, that is the right key.
How should I know? It was a key I found lying around the house.
Wait, what?
Carl, she was trying to muscle in on our deal. Maybe her computer program was better than ours. Who knows?
We couldn't have some bully taking over our business. Besides, we have worked too long and too hard gathering our clients. Even the ones who initially said no, until we hit them with that virus. Then they easily said yes to our system.
So, what did we just do?
Once I close that crypt door, it will never be open again.
Since no one comes out here, who's going to find her?
I'm just kidding, Carl. Don't look so green. Of course she can get out, if she wants to.
So it is the right key?
No, I told you. It's just one that I found.
Then how was she supposed to get out?
All she has to do is open the door. It's a crypt door. Who puts a lock on a crypt door?
Let me out! Let me out! Let me out! Please! I know you can see me! Let me out!
Jessica Brody was never heard from again. It was the general belief that she had married Spencer, her bodyguard, and they were living somewhere far, far away. You don't go far away, as I'll be back shortly. Some people take on a dare to prove how brave they can be, putting themselves at risk, and sometimes others in harm's way. I personally know my worth, and have never had to prove it to others. Our cast included Robert Jackson, Crimson McKenzie, Raven Adams, and Ezra J.D. Emmans. The story was edited by Crimson McKenzie, and the entire production was under the direction of Winslow Swan. And now, a preview of our next tale.
And this is why you called me up here?
I know, it sounds fantastic, Leo. But the math doesn't lie. I've checked the figures over and over again.
Look, Pamela, you are one of the brightest and most brilliant astronomers that I know of. You actually believe that this meteor is heading towards the Earth?
It's not a question of, is it heading towards us? The question is, what is it?
I don't understand.
That's why I called you, Leo. I don't think it's a meteor at all.
Then what is it?
Something much, much worse.
Doorway to Nightmare is brought to you in part by Swanage Press. This is your host, inviting you to return with us through the Doorway to Nightmare for another adventure into the world of your terrifying imagination. Until next time, slumber peacefully. Epilogue. The butler did it.
Hi, this is Winslow.
This is Crimson.
And if you like what we're doing,
Hit the like button.
and if you want to hear more,
Subscribe.
and please share it to all your friends.
Everybody.
With this key, You unlock the world to your dreams. What lies beyond could be the doorway to nightmare. Come in. Welcome. I'm your host for the Doorway to Nightmare. Have you ever looked up at the night sky, the billions of stars that surround our planet and the galaxy? Have you ever wondered, in the vastness of space, what could be out there?
And this is why you called me up here?
I know. It sounds fantastic, Leo. But the math doesn't lie. I've checked the figures over and over again.
Look, Pamela, you are one of the brightest and most brilliant astronomers that I know of. You actually believe that this meteor is heading towards the Earth?
It's not a question of, is it heading towards us? The question is, what is it?
I don't understand.
That's why I called you, Leo. I don't think it's a meteor at all.
Then what is it?
Something much, much worse.
Our mystery drama, They Have Been, They Will Be, was written especially for Doorway to Nightmare by Winslow Swan and edited by Crimson McKenzie. Our stars, Brinna Faith, Crimson McKenzie, and Winslow Swan. It is sponsored in part by Swanage Press. I'll be back shortly with Act 1. Astronomy is a very specialized field in the world of science. It takes approximately 9 years to fully educate and prepare oneself to look up into the night sky.
Jennifer, do you have last night's photos?
Yes, Dr. Howler. I mapped out section 274 this afternoon.
Thank you, Jen. What would I do without you?
Run screaming into the night?
You're probably right.
I was also able to contact Dr. Fairfax. He said that he could be here this evening around 10.
Oh, I almost forgot.
How do you know Dr. Fairfax?
He was the head of Palomar when I interned there. Leo and I became close friends, and he always told me to contact him if I ever had a problem.
Do we have a problem?
I'm not sure. Did you also get batch 183 developed?
I left them on your desk as you requested.
Thank you, Jen. I need to take a look at them before Leo arrives.
Pamela, how is my favorite intern doing on such a beautiful evening?
Oh, Leo! It's so good of you to come on such a short notice.
Oh, I don't spend much time these days stargazing, unless it's in my backyard.
You mean they finally ran you off of Palomar?
Oh, no, I'm still the head honcho there. I just don't get to look into the big eye as much as I would like to.
Their pet name for the telescope. I'm surprised that it's still in use.
Well, the Hubble is fine, but I still prefer to gaze at the galaxy through the big eye.
Not much for the digital age, are you, Leo?
I still don't know how to send an email.
Still the same old Dr. Fairfax I used to get coffee for.
Speaking of which...
Way ahead of you. Here you are. 3 sugars, 2 creams.
You remembered. Delicious. Now tell me, what was so urgent that you needed me here tonight?
It's almost 11:13. We have already opened the dome, and the computer is taking tonight's readings.
What is so special about 11:13?
I want you to see it for yourself.
Have you discovered some new star that we can name after you?
I'm not quite sure what I have discovered, All that I do know for certainty is that it is heading straight for Earth.
We have the coordinates programmed in, Dr. Haller.
Thank you, Jennifer. Oh, this is Jennifer Maynard. She's up for her master's and is interning here. Jen, this is Dr. Leo Fairfax.
It's an honor to meet you, sir.
Oh, the pleasure is all mine. Now, what am I supposed to be looking at?
I don't want to simply point it out.
The student becomes the teacher, eh?
Just look in the southern quadrant.
All right. I don't see anything unusual.
Keep looking.
45 seconds.
What happens in 45?
Just keep looking.
I still don't see... Wait. What is that?
11:13 on the dot, Dr. Haller.
Why, it's incredible. It seems to be glowing a green... Wait. What happened?
What did you see, Leo?
I'm not sure. But whatever it was, it has simply vanished.
I think you might need a little something stronger than coffee.
Ah, thank you. Now tell me, what exactly did I see?
First, I want you to take a look at these. I'm giving them to you in reverse order.
It's the same thing.
Exactly. And it's getting closer to Earth by the day.
A comet? Or a meteor?
That's what we thought, at first.
When was first?
About 2 weeks ago. Jennifer was monitoring that part of the sky when the telescope first picked it up. Of course, when she came to me, the thing was already gone. After a few days, we realized that it only appears at 11:13. And then, for no known scientific reason, it simply vanishes, as if it had never been there to start.
You do realize that what you are saying is quite impossible.
Don't you think I know that? But the pictures and the math don't lie.
So, Pamela, what do you think that it is?
Take a look at the pictures again.
All right, but what am I supposed to be?
Look at them very carefully.
Oh, I still don't Wait. But that is impossible.
What do you see now?
It's just not possible. Whatever that thing is, it seems to be changing its shape.
Exactly. We know that a meteor will rotate and we can get a different angle, but completely change its shape?
Have you talked to anyone else about this?
If you mean NASA or the White House, forget it. That's why I called you first. They would never believe me.
What are those things surrounding this shape?
In my honest opinion, they appear to be something like tentacles.
Oh, gases exploding from the meteor?
Gases that keep their shape? And is it just me, or does that resemble an eye?
Astronomy is probably the few exact sciences in the world today. Using mathematical equations and measurements, over 90% of the known galaxy has been mapped. But what, you may ask, could lie in the unknown 10%? I'll be back shortly with Act 2. Stephen Hawking once said, "Look up at the stars and not down at your feet. Try to make sense of what you see and wonder about what makes the universe exist. Be curious."
It's almost 11:13, Doctor.
Thank you, Jen. Well, Leo, Would you like to do the honors tonight?
I believe so. Are all of the video stations running?
Yes, Doctor.
Why don't you just call me Leo? Too many doctors around here.
All right, Leo. 2 minutes before our friend appears.
Pamela, have you given it a name yet?
Not really. Its designation is X4390.
Almost time. Wonder what it will look like tonight.
Anything, Leo?
Not yet. Perhaps it has somehow changed its course. Oh, there you are. Can we get a little more magnification?
Coming right up. I'm increasing it 10 times.
Ah, yes. There it is. What the hell is that?
What do you see?
No. It can't be.
Now I need a drink.
Here are the latest pics. I've also transferred the video to your station in here.
Thank you, Jen.
Pamela, may I ask you something?
Of course.
What do you think that it is?
My dear Jennifer, that is what we're going to try to determine tonight.
What did you see tonight, Leo?
I can only think of one word to describe what I saw.
Which is?
A nightmare. All right, pause the video right there. There, do you see it?
I see it. I just don't believe it.
What exactly do you see?
It's almost like a gigantic octopus with hundreds of tentacles.
Anything else?
Yes. Eyes. Millions of eyes.
Jennifer, do you see it as well?
Yes, I do, Leo. But like Dr. Haller, I don't believe it.
All right. What do we know and what do we think that we know?
We know that there is something in the southern quadrant of the galaxy that only appears at 11:13 each evening. We know that it is traveling at a high rate of speed and heading towards the Earth.
And at an accelerated speed. Pam, have you managed to do the calculations as to when our visitor will arrive?
Working on them now. But they make no sense.
Does any of this make sense?
Let me know as soon as you get those figures.
Leo, I've seen that image somewhere else, but I can't place it.
Oh, I've seen it as well. It's in my library at home. It used to hang in my office at Palomar.
That's it! Some sort of weird painting you had that always seemed to give me the shivers. I often wondered why you even put up such a grotesque thing in your office.
To make the interns nervous?
Well, I simply thought of it as a work of art.
What was it?
An artist's rendering of the old ones.
What are the old ones?
Now wait a minute, Leo. It's only a story.
Are we so sure? You know, most fiction has a small hint of fact about it. How do we know that they did not exist?
But what are they?
The old ones were considered gods. According to legend, they were the ones who created this planet. And if you delve deep enough into theology, you will find that each religion contains a bit of similarity. But no one really knows which is the truth.
But what happened to them?
Well, it depends on who you ask. They simply disappeared. It wasn't until the early 1900s when they began to appear in stories, mostly written by H.P. Lovecraft.
Who?
A writer of horror who began publishing in 1923. He had an entire mythos about the old ones. These gods that gave us this planet.
And that's what our meteor looks like?
Can you deny the fact that it changes form each night? I've never known a meteor to do that.
All right, Leo. Let's just say that whatever that thing is out there, it's coming to Earth. Why? After all these billions of years, if you believe the stories, why would they come now?
That is the question, isn't it? More importantly, what would be their purpose?
what could be the purpose for any being not of this earth to come? Looking at the latest pictures, Leo's hands begin to shake. The answers that his mind are coming up with are creating a fear inside that he has never known before. I shall return with Act 3 shortly. For the past 2 nights, Leo, Pamela, and Jennifer have been seeing something that defies all scientific logic. They are currently waiting for the time of 11:13 when they will see the meteor again.
Everything is ready.
About a minute to go.
Did you get those calculations?
If it stays on course, it should reach the Earth in about 6 months.
With it constantly changing each night, I don't think there is any way to tell how big it actually is.
It's almost time.
I'm ready. What the hell? Well, that's just not possible.
What is it, Leo?
It seems to be much closer than it was last night. Give me the readings as soon as you can, Jennifer.
Well, Leo, your calculations are correct.
As well as yours from last night. You tell me 6 months, but where that thing is at now, it's only a matter of 6 days. Perhaps less than that.
Shouldn't we call someone?
And tell them what, Jen? A fictional god from the imagination of a horror writer is coming?
Thousands of meteors hit the Earth every day, Jennifer.
But you said that it wasn't like a meteor at all.
I'm not sure what it is. Perhaps by tonight, we will know.
Leo, tell me straight. What do you really think?
Pamela, Lovecraft believed in cosmicism. The belief that mankind is really insignificant in the grand scheme of the universe.
So what do you think is going to happen?
Well, if you believe in the mythos behind what Lovecraft wrote, then the gods are coming back. Perhaps to reclaim this planet that they once called their own.
And what happens to us?
I don't know.
Leo, why are you outside?
I don't think that we will need to use the telescope tonight, if our calculations are correct.
So we just stand here and wait?
I cannot think of anything better to do. Where is Jennifer?
She said something about going to see her parents before...
Every religion on Earth holds some belief in how the planet was created. Even science has its own theory. Of course, we will never actually know, since none of us were there.
It's almost 11:13. What do we do?
Whatever it is, should appear in the sky. Over in that direction, I believe. I can only speculate as to why they have decided to return to the Earth.
Only a couple minutes to go. Your theory?
Perhaps they've been watching us for a long time. They saw what we have done to this paradise. Maybe, just maybe, they thought to themselves that they had been, and they will be again.
And so what happens to us?
In the grand scheme of the universe, does it really matter?
H.P. Lovecraft once wrote, The oldest and strongest emotion of mankind is fear. And the oldest and strongest kind of fear is fear of the unknown. You have no fear that I'll return shortly. There have been many stories that depict the annihilation of our planet, from aliens to asteroids, and even mankind itself. I try not to dwell on it too much, and look forward to yet another day, another month, another year. Our cast included Crimson McKenzie, Brinna Faith, and Winslow Swan. The story was edited by Crimson McKenzie, and the entire production was under the direction of Winslow Swan. And now, a preview of our next tale.
Alex, maybe I shouldn't have taken on this case.
Having second thoughts, Sydney?
I have less than 3 days to find the evidence from a case that is over 5 years old.
Well, didn't Ferraro give you anything to go on?
Tony Ferrari is probably a part of this mess. Only 3 days, Alex. Then the state will execute a man. An innocent man.
Doorway to Nightmare is brought to you in part by Swanage Press. This is your host, inviting you to return with us through the Doorway to Nightmare for another adventure into the world of your terrifying imagination. Until next time, slumber peacefully. Epilogue. The butler did it.
Hi, this is Winslow.
This is Crimson.
And if you like what we're doing,
Hit the like button.
and if you want to hear more,
Subscribe.
and please share it to all your friends.
Everybody.
With this key, you unlock the world to your dreams. What lies beyond could be the doorway to nightmare. Come in. Welcome. I'm your host through the Doorway to Nightmare. Raymond Chandler, creator of the fictional detective Philip Marlowe, once wrote, "The private detection of fiction is a fantastic creation who acts and speaks like a real person. They can be completely realistic in every sense but one. In life, as we know it, such a person would not be a private detective."
Alex, maybe I shouldn't have taken on this case.
Having second thoughts, Sydney?
I have less than 3 days to find the evidence from a case that is over 5 years old.
Well, didn't Ferraro give you anything to go on?
Tony Ferrari is probably a part of this mess. 3 days, Alex. Only 3 days. Then the state will execute a man. An innocent man.
Our mystery drama from the casebook of Sidney Chase, Ferraro's Favor, was written especially for Doorway to Nightmare by Winslow Swan and Crimson McKenzie, and stars Crimson McKenzie and Dave Arkipov. It is sponsored in part by Swanage Press. I'll be back shortly with Act 1. The mystery story is really two stories in one. On one side you have what happened, and on the other, what appeared to happen. Sidney Chase, private detective, looks at both sides and tries to distinguish between the two.
Yes, I'm Dr. Alexander McDougall, friend and confidant of Sidney Chase, and I suppose that you have sought me out to learn more about her efforts to free a condemned man. It all began on a Wednesday afternoon when I went around to her home and office for our weekly game of chess. Sidney greeted me at the door.
Oh, Alex. I'm sorry. I forgot it was Wednesday.
Oh, the great Sidney Chase forgot?
I'm sorry. Really, I am. I don't feel up to a game of chess tonight.
Well, we can make it for another evening if you are not feeling.
It isn't that, Alex.
Perhaps I should come in and give you a quick examination. Have you been feeling ill?
Oh, you don't remember what day it is, do you?
Why, it's Wednesday, July... that day.
Why don't you come in? I really don't want to be alone right now.
Would you like me to fix the drinks tonight?
I'm 3 up on you, but please, go ahead.
I see you went on to the more medicinal drinks.
It isn't fair, Alex.
Cancer never is.
He was only 32. Why him?
I have no answers for you, Sidney. Your husband was a good man who was taken away by a dreadful disease. There isn't anything that I can say that will change that fact.
I think I need another drink.
I think that you need a case to work on.
Alex, you're sweet. But how many lost dogs can there be in this town?
In the meantime, why don't you take my advice and get your mind on something else?
Like a game of chess, Dr. McGoogle?
Oh, Sidney, I really wish that you would not call me that.
I'm just teasing, Alex. You know I only tease you out of love.
It's your move, Miss Chase.
Now who could that be? Sidney Chase, basket case.
Sidney, are you okay?
What is it, Tony?
Is there any way you could meet me tonight?
Why, Tony, you're a married man. I always knew you were sweet on me, but a date?
Sidney, I'm being serious.
Oh, I never expected you to swoop in and take me away from all of this. Shall we make it Vegas or the Bahamas?
Damn it, Sidney. Just meet me at the Slaughtered Lamb in 20 minutes.
Doesn't sound very romantic.
It's not supposed to be romantic. I need your help.
What's the matter, Tony? Did the body from the last homicide get up and walk away?
I take it that was Lieutenant Ferraro who called.
You take it right. I think I might have upset old Ferrari with that last crack.
Are you going to meet him?
I suppose I better. He actually said that he needed my help. Needed! How can I pass an obvious excuse to give him a hard time?
Over here, Sidney.
Hello, Tony. You handsome devil. And what a wonderful place to meet. How many eyeballs did they sweep up last night?
Sidney, please, this is serious.
Tony? I've never seen you like this. What's going on?
Do you remember Carlton Baggins?
Vaguely. They closed that case before I ever came to your squad.
I closed that case. What there was of it.
What about him?
His execution is in 3 days.
And?
I may have put the wrong man in the gas chamber.
Why do you say that? I mean, I know you're not the sharpest detective in the world.
Don't start with me, Chase. I'm a damn good detective. You know I was solving cases before you came along.
When did you start slipping, Ferrari?
Will you stop calling me that? It's Ferraro.
Oh, isn't that what I said?
Just forget it, Chase. An innocent man is going to die, and you want to make jokes.
Tony, this really is serious. What's going on?
This is the entire file. The evidence, the pictures, everything that we had. It was open and shut. After I heard yesterday that Baggins was getting executed, I went back and looked at it all again.
So, you had a good case, didn't you?
I'm not so sure now.
So tell me, what's on your mind?
Okay, Carlton Baggins was just an ordinary guy. He worked as a bookkeeper at a law firm here in town. You know, personal injury stuff. He was married to Tricia Adams, one of the attorneys. One night while working late, he manages to go home and finds his wife dead from multiple knife wounds.
And you deduced that he had killed his wife.
All of the evidence pointed that way.
Why would he kill her?
He found out that she was having an affair. We never did find the lover, but we sure found him, covered in her blood. He was lying on the sofa with a knife in his hands.
Just waiting for the cops to come?
He was passed out. Said that he'd gotten knocked out by someone, but there was no bruise on his head. We got the call shortly after. His wife was murdered.
Pretty convenient if you ask me.
He always swore he was innocent, but the evidence was just too good against him.
And now you're having doubts.
Big ones. I can't put my finger on it, but... Sydney, can I hire you?
Sydney looks at Ferraro and notices the lines in his face are deeper, darker. A twinge of sympathy crosses her own features. I'll be back with Act 2. Sydney Chase has taken on an old case from her former boss, Lieutenant Anthony Ferraro, who believes that the man he sent to death row is actually innocent. While looking over the case files, she explains the story to Alex.
And you agreed to it?
Hey, Alex, a case is a case.
You mean you're actually charging him for this?
Alex! What do you take me for? Ferrari is, or rather was, a fellow officer who reached out to me for help. I couldn't say no.
How much?
Besides, the case intrigues me.
Sydney, how much?
My usual fee.
How much?
Okay, so maybe I doubled my usual fee. But we're talking about Anthony Ferrari.
Sydney!
Don't worry. I'm not gonna actually charge him that much.
Well, that's good to know.
Maybe I should triple it.
Sydney!
I'm just kidding, Alex. Alright, so I told you all the facts as they were told to me. Why don't you start helping me by looking at the autopsy report? I'll start reading the...
Would you like me to get that?
Oh no, let me. Yes?
Miss Sydney Chase? I'm Eve Chesser. May I come in?
Of course. This is my friend, Dr. Alexander
McDougal. It's very pleased to meet you. May I offer you something to drink?
No, thank you. Miss Chase, are you available to take a case at the moment?
Well, I'll have to look at my calendar. Yep, I'm free.
I'll pay you whatever you want.
First, why don't you tell me what it is you would like for me to do?
Carlton is innocent. He didn't kill his wife.
Are we talking about Carlton Baggins?
He's my brother, and I know that he's innocent.
What makes you so sure?
Because of what his wife confided in me. My brother is not the best at holding on to a relationship. Tricia Adams was a bit of a fluke for him. Even I couldn't believe it when they got married. You see, my brother was a workaholic. Tricia was starving for someone. Anyone.
That was the basis for the homicide conviction. In a jealous rage, your brother killed her.
I didn't believe it then, nor do I believe it now.
Well, it would not be the first time that a husband killed his wife for having an affair.
But Carlton knew all about it. He was not the most sexual person in the world. He encouraged her to go out, and she made the most of it.
So he was okay with her having an affair?
Yes, so why would he kill her?
Maybe he really wasn't okay with it.
No, I think there was something more. You see, he even knew the man.
Really? Sidney, didn't you tell me that the police never found out who the lover was?
That's what Ferrari told me.
My brother knew. I believe that's why he was framed. You see, her lover was a cop. A detective in the homicide squad.
Do you remember his name?
Detective Anthony Ferraro.
By all means, please come right in and don't bother to knock.
You lied to me, Tony.
About what?
You were the lover of Tricia Adams.
What are you talking about? The first time I saw Tricia Adams was when the coroner took her away.
That's not what Carlton's sister told me last night. Swear to me, Tony. Swear that you didn't know her.
I can't do that.
Ugh. Tony, you're a married man. I've known your wife for years. How could you?
It isn't what you think.
Oh, I'm thinking a lot of things right now.
Will you calm down and let me explain?
A simple, I don't think we should see each other anymore, was too much for you? Tony, did you kill her and frame her husband?
Are you finished?
Nope, but you might be.
Tricia Adams was my informant.
Informant? For what?
Tricia was having an affair, and her husband did know about it. It was with Detective Alan Simmons from Vice. Tricia went out a few times with him and noticed some rather strange things.
Like what?
Apparently, Simmons was taking money from our local drug trade to look the other way. He was investigated a couple of times by Internal Affairs, but they could never pin anything on him. She came to me, and I told her I needed evidence. She said she'd get it. Somehow.
And instead got killed. But how did you know her in the first place?
I didn't. Gladys, my wife, did. They used to get their hair done at the same salon.
So Gladys knows all about this.
Not everything, but enough.
Let's just say for the time being that I believe you. Do you think that Simmons killed her and framed her husband?
If he did, it was an excellent job. 3 days from now, Carlton Baggins will be put to death.
3 days, Alex. I've got to crack this thing within 3 days. I'm not even sure if I'm going to be able to do it.
Oh, I have faith in you, Sidney.
I need to talk with Alan Simmons. But I don't want it to look like I'm accusing him of anything, especially extortion or murder.
So, do you have a plan?
Well, I know that he frequents the slaughtered lamb. Maybe I could sort of bump into him there.
Sounds dangerous. Remember, if he is the one that killed Tricia, he wouldn't think twice about doing you in.
The glamorous life of a private detective. Don't worry, Alex. I'll be careful.
I certainly hope so, Sidney Chase.
The gleam in Sidney's eye tells Alex that she has some sort of a scheme floating around in her mind. He gives her a very worrisome look before returning to the autopsy reports. I trust that you will return here for Act 3. Sydney Chase has put on her most becoming and only dress and is now entering the Slaughtered Lamb, a rather seedy lounge. Seeing Detective Alan Simmons at the bar, she makes her way to the empty stool beside him.
Hi. Hello there.
Are you talking to me?
Buy a thirsty girl a drink.
Aren't I the one that's supposed to use a lime?
I don't believe in typical social graces.
What would you like?
What's good here? I've never been here before.
Hey, Joe. Fireball for the lady. Now, why haven't I seen you in here before?
My first time, and I didn't particularly want to drink alone.
What's your name?
Scarlet.
Like the character in Clue?
Yes, but I'm so much better.
I'm Alan.
Pleased to meet you.
So, where's this going?
You tell me.
Well, you don't look like the local talent.
Oh, I'm not, and I don't engage in that sort of activity.
So what brought you down here?
In other words, what's a pretty girl like me doing in a place like this?
Something like that.
Can I be honest with you?
Of course.
I'm in business, just not the kind that you were thinking of.
Really?
Oh, yes. You see, I understand that you're the go-to guy for the type of business I want to start.
And just who told you that?
Well, it was some time ago, but Trisha Adams?
Is that right? You do know that Miss Adams is no longer among the living.
I just found out last week. You see, I've been, let's just say, on vacation.
For 5 years?
It was at State's expense.
Why don't we take this conversation outside? Too many ears in here. So, why don't you lay your cards on the table?
Let's just say that I have a supplier in Mexico who is interested in expanding to the area.
So why tell me?
You are a cop, aren't you? I was told that for 10% we could get some protection?
That's 20%.
Okay, 20%.
And when are you planning to start this business venture?
Not until I have everything in place. Probably in the next couple weeks.
You do realize that I could arrest you right now.
But I don't think that you will. Otherwise, a lot of nasty evidence might pop up.
What evidence?
You killed Trisha and then framed her husband.
You have been away for a long time. No, I didn't kill Trisha or frame her husband.
Not what Eve told me.
Oh, that murderer sister? So, you know her as well.
She had a lot of interesting things to say about...
Lady, you have no idea who you're messing with.
My, that is an awfully large knife. You think this is the first time that I've faced a knife?
Oh, I'm sure it's not. Just make sure you're not on the wrong end of it.
Sydney Chase.
Sydney, why didn't you tell me that you were hired by Baggett's sister?
Well, hi, Tony. I didn't think I had to tell you. Besides, I did tell you what she said about you.
She's dead, Sydney.
What?
Her body was found in the park a little while ago. Coroner's still counting the knife wounds. Sydney, what did you do?
No. No. Oh, God. I think I messed up.
Going undercover for the express purpose of capturing a criminal is something that can be very dangerous. Sydney Chase was willing to take on that danger, but never dreamed that it would lead to the death of her client. And now a preview of the conclusion of From the Casebook of Sydney Chase, Ferraro's Favor.
This isn't good, Alex. And it's too much of a coincidence.
I agree, Sydney, and I know that you do not believe in coincidence.
What have you learned from the autopsy report?
No, only that Trisha Adams was killed with a serrated knife, about 8 inches in length.
That can't be right.
Oh, the coroner did a thorough job.
I read the police report that Tony did. According to him, Carlton was found with a knife, which was what convicted him.
So what's your point?
It was an ordinary kitchen knife, like a paring knife. Single blade, not serrated, and certainly not 8 inches long.
I'll return shortly with a final word. The author, Ross MacDonald, once said that the detective's job is to seek justice for the corpse. Perhaps Sidney Chase will be able to do just that. Our cast included Crimson McKenzie, Winslow Swan, Dave Arkipov, Annie Mick, and Ezra J.D. Emmans. The entire production was under the direction of Winslow Swan, and the story was edited by Crimson McKenzie.
So, did you like it?
Yes, I did.
Why don't you hit that like button then?
Oh, I could do that.
Please leave a comment.
I think I'll share this to all my friends, too.
Yay!
Doorway to Nightmare is brought to you in part by Swanage Press. This is your host, inviting you to return with us through the Doorway to Nightmare for another adventure into the world of your terrifying imagination. Until next time, slumber peacefully. Epilogue. The butler did it.
Hey guys, this is Crimson.
And this is Swan.
Season 3 is here.
And we'd love to know what you think of the stories.
Even if it's bad.
So leave us a comment.
Or give us a thumbs up.
Thank you.
With this key, you unlock the world to your dreams. What lies beyond could be the doorway to nightmare. Come in. Welcome. I'm your host through the Doorway to Nightmare. P.D. James once said that what the detective story is about is not murder, but the restoration of order.
This isn't good, Alex. And it's too much of a coincidence.
I agree, Sydney, and I know that you do not believe in coincidence.
What have you learned from the autopsy report?
Oh, only that Trisha Adams was killed with a serrated knife, about 8 inches in length.
That can't be right.
Oh, the coroner did a thorough job.
I read the police report that Tony did. According to him, Carlton was found with a knife, which was what convicted him.
So what's your point?
It was an ordinary kitchen knife, like a paring knife. Single blade, not serrated, and certainly not 8 inches long.
Our mystery drama, The Conclusion of The Casebook of Sidney Chase, Ferraro's Favor, was written especially for Doorway to Nightmare by Winslow Swan and Crimson McKenzie, and stars Crimson McKenzie and Winslow Swan. It is sponsored in part by Swanage Press. I'll be back shortly with Act 1. Sidney Chase, once a homicide detective and now a private investigator, was asked by her former lieutenant, Anthony Ferraro, to look into an old case. Ferraro was worried that he had possibly sent the wrong man to death row. Her friend, Alex McDougal, should take up the story from here.
The convicted man was Carlton Baggins, who was sent to death row for the brutal murder of his wife, Tricia Adams. He always had proclaimed his innocence, and 3 days before his said execution, Ferraro came to Sydney for help. Then Carlton's sister, Eve Chesser, hired Sydney to also look into the case. She told Sydney that Ferraro was having an affair with Tricia. When Sydney confronted him with this, he told her that Tricia was his informant, that she was dating a detective named Alan Simmons, who had been investigated by Internal Affairs for running a drug operation and providing protection. Naturally, Sydney had a plan to try and find out what she could from Alan Simmons. Unfortunately, this resulted in the death of Baggins' sister, Eve Chesser.
I really messed up, Alex.
Oh, Sydney, it's not your fault. You had no idea that Eve would be murdered.
I pushed Simmons too hard. I was acting like a first-rate rookie.
Now quit being so hard on yourself. Let's go over this case file and see what we can find.
I talked with Tony this morning about getting the files or anything that he may have on Alan Simmons. He said that most of the investigation was sealed, but that he would see what he could do.
I hate to say this, but it doesn't look like much hope for Mr. Baggins. According to his statement, he came home, found his wife on the floor, and was hit in the back of the head. When he came to, he was in custody.
And there was no sign of any bruise or bump on his head.
Yes, well, there are ways to knock a person unconscious without leaving a mark.
I know. I looked it up on Google, Mr. McGoogle.
Sydney, do you want my help or not?
I'm only kidding, Alex. Okay, so let's assume that Baggins was set up. The question is why.
Ferraro did tell you that Tricia was dating Alan Simmons, and she approached him about evidence against Alan. Perhaps Alan discovered what was going on.
But why kill her? He could have just stopped seeing her.
Well, maybe she already had the evidence that she needed.
Possible. Did you find anything in the autopsy report?
No, only the victim was stabbed multiple times with a large serrated knife, around 8 inches long.
Wait a minute, let me see that.
Did you find something?
When they arrested Baggins, he was holding a knife. Where did I read? Here. It was a small carving knife that he had. Not a serrated and definitely not 8 inches long.
Now, how could Ferraro have missed that?
Ferrari? Who jumps to a conclusion faster than a Ferrari going from 0 to 60? Come on.
Sydney, I know that look in your eye. Now what?
Well, I think that I've actually seen that knife. I'm going to run down to the ME's office. Want to come?
Oh, I think that I shall wait here. I've seen enough corpses in my career.
Suit yourself.
Sydney! Sydney! Sydney, are you all right?
Oh, yeah, I think so.
My God, what happened?
I opened the door and saw a flash. I jumped and 2 bullets ricocheted off the door jamb.
Did you see anyone?
No, but I saw the car.
Did you at least get a license number off the plate?
I didn't need to. I'd recognize that old car anywhere. It was Anthony Ferraro's car.
Is Sydney Chase getting closer to the truth? Alex examines his friend to make sure that she is not hurt, while the anger inside of her grows. I'll be back shortly with Act 2. Sydney Chase has just been shot at, and while she has not been hit, her anger grows. She recognized the car where her would-be assassin fired as that of Lieutenant Anthony Ferraro.
Shouldn't you be somewhere?
Where were you this afternoon?
Now, where do you think I was?
Answer the question, Ferraro.
I was sitting at my desk, going over an endless supply of reports, and trying very hard not to think that I've sent an innocent man to the gas chamber.
They use the needle now.
Baggins will be just as dead either way.
So you haven't left the office at all today?
Would you like the other half of the ham sandwich I brought from home?
Who has access to your car then?
No one. Look, Sydney, where is this going?
Could someone have taken your car today?
Who would want to take my car?
Tony! Someone took a shot at me and they were driving your car!
Here's my gun. I haven't fired it in over a month.
I believe you, but who would try to take me out?
Same one that wants Baggins to die.
Any leads on Eve's murder?
Not yet. Coroner says that she was stabbed at least 60 times. Whoever killed her was extremely mad at her.
Okay, another question. Did Trisha give you any hint that she might have some sort of evidence against Alan Simmons?
Not really. Oh, she did call me the day before her murder and said that she was really close, but other than that, she didn't have anything.
Well. If it isn't... well, let me guess. Oh, yes, Scarlett. Or should I say, Sydney Chase.
Do I know you?
Really? We're really going to play that game? Fine. I'm Detective Alan Simmons.
Sydney Chase, private investigator.
So, what did you and the lieutenant have to talk about?
Oh, didn't you know? He's taking me to Las Vegas this weekend. He has a bit of a thing for me.
I could see why.
Is there anything I can do for you, Detective?
It's Simmons. No, nothing really. But I would like to give you some friendly advice.
Ooh, my. What a gentleman you are. And what advice should I take?
Baggins killed his wife. And he's gonna be executed for it. Leave it alone.
Who said that I was even looking into it?
I'm serious, Chase. Leave it alone, or you may find yourself on the wrong end of a knife.
Speaking of knives, you have a very interesting one. Serrated with a handle that has ruby inlays. Quite unique.
What's that got to do with anything?
Oh, just an observation. Alex? Are you here?
Yes, Sydney, I'm here.
Aw, you look like you just lost your best friend.
In a way, I believe that I have.
What's going on?
Have you heard the news?
About what?
They just arrested Anthony Ferraro for the murder of Eve Chesser.
What? But I just left his office.
It was on the news just before you came in.
Did they say where they were taking him?
I'm assuming to county.
Come on, Alex, let's go. Well, I wouldn't call it the Ritz, but at least you get 3 hots in a cot.
Only 2 hots. The city cut the budget again. And how were you able to get in to see me?
One of the guards is a lovely friend.
What?
It's best if you don't ask, Ferraro.
Fine, Sydney. I swear that I did not kill Eve Chesser.
Did they say what evidence they had?
Sure. A few bloodstains in my home and a knife with Chesser's blood all over it in the trunk of my car.
Was that all?
Isn't that enough?
Where is your car now?
I'm guessing the impound yard.
I really need to get a look at your trunk.
Got a friend working there as well?
I told you it was best if you didn't ask.
Sydney, please, you've got to help me.
I'll do what I can. Hold the light steady, will you, Alex?
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you knew someone that works here.
I had to tell Ferrari something, didn't I?
I'm getting too old to be climbing over fences and searching the trunks of cars in the dead of night.
Just hold the light steady.
I'm freezing! Besides, isn't what we are doing a felony? Won't the cameras catch us?
You heard Ferrari? The city cut the budget. A friend told me that they couldn't afford to upgrade security here. Most of the cameras don't work anyway. Ah! Here it is!
What is it?
The evidence is gonna save Baggins from the needle and get Ferrari out of jail! I hope.
Sydney smiles at Alex, who looks more perplexed than usual. The detective and the doctor make their way back to Sydney's apartment. I hope that you will make your way back here when I return with Act 3. Sidney Chase, after hearing about the arrest of Lieutenant Ferraro, checks where a vital piece of evidence was found in the good lieutenant's car. With a smile, she picks up the phone and dials police headquarters.
"14th Precinct, Detective Simmons speaking."
Why, Alan! I wasn't expecting you to answer the phone. Demoted to switchboard now.
Miss Chase, to what do I owe the honor of hearing your angelic voice?
Oh, I think I have something that you would be very interested in.
And what is that?
Well, I happen to find something that belongs to you. Or, well, your knife anyway.
What about my knife?
Oh, you know the one. The serrated edge knife with the ruby inlays that I believe is missing one stone. I found it, and you'll never guess where. Do I have your attention now?
What do you want?
I think about $10,000 would be sufficient.
I don't think I have.
You've been getting protection money for a long time, Simmons. I think that you could dip into your early retirement fund.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Fine. I can just take this to the DA and we will see.
No, wait. All right. I'll be at your place in an hour.
Make it 2. I want to get all dolled up for the great Detective Simmons. You really liked Scarlett, didn't you?
See you in an hour.
Sidney, are you positive he will be here?
Well, not positive. Pretty sure, though.
Only pretty sure?
Somewhere in the neighborhood of an educated guess.
An educated guess?
Okay, a calculated risk?
Sidney, this man has already killed 2 women and framed 2 different men. Do you actually think he would have second thoughts about doing the same to you?
Alex, don't worry.
Besides, I'm too old to be framed for your murder.
Promise it won't come to that. Now, make sure you have the camera turned on.
I have them running now.
Right on time. I love it when a killer is punctual. Get in the bedroom and be ready to call the cavalry if I am wrong. Detective Simmons, please do come in.
All right, Chase. What do you think that you have that is going to cost me 10 grand?
You got the money?
Right here. Count it if you want to.
I don't think we have to do that. Why don't we have a drink first?
Just show me this evidence.
My, aren't we in a hurry? Come on. One teeny tiny little drink.
I've just about had it with you.
Okay. Chill. Breathe. Breathe. It's just one of the rubies that fell off your knife when you were planting evidence in Ferraro's car. You should have been a little more careful.
So should you, Miss Chase.
Really? Graduating to a gun?
Why not? Now, get that ruby.
Sidney! Sidney, look out!
What the... Oh.
Sidney, are you all right?
I thought you would never get here. Did you get him?
Yeah, I got him. I need to get the ambulance in here. Don't want him to die before the state gets its chance.
Alex, you okay?
Sidney?
Alex!
I believe that I have been shot.
Alex! No! Tony, get the ambulance here now!
On my way.
Sidney, as a doctor, I can tell you that there will not be any need for an ambulance.
No! Don't you die on me too!
I'm sorry, Sidney. I really
Alex? Alex! Alex! Alex, that is not the way it happened.
Well, it's the way that it should have happened, at least in my book.
You didn't die.
Look here, young lady, I took a bullet for you.
You came running out of the bedroom, saw the gun, and fainted right into me.
And I pushed you out of the way.
The bullet barely grazed you.
Well, they still had to rush me to the hospital.
'Cause you were screaming like a little girl.
I had to get stitches.
Stitch. Singular, as in
Well,
one lousy stitch.
I still saved your life.
Oh, Alexander McGoogle. Have I told you lately how much I love the dog poo out you?
Alan Simmons eventually confessed to the murders, and Baggins was pardoned by the governor. Ferraro never did thank Sidney for her help, and I have a suspicion that he never paid her for services rendered. As for Sidney Chase, well, I still play chess with her every Wednesday, and she is still waiting for her next big case.
And I will return shortly with a final word. As Gilbert K. Chesterton once wrote, the criminal is the creative artist. The detective is the critic. Sidney Chase continues to criticize the criminal every chance that she gets. Our cast included Crimson McKenzie, Winslow Swan, Dave Arkipov, and Ezra J.D. Emmans. The story was edited by Crimson McKenzie, and the entire production was under the direction of Winslow Swan.
So did you like the story today?
Yes, I did.
Well, why don't you hit that like button?
I think I will.
Would you like to hear more stories?
I sure would.
Then why don't you hit that subscribe button?
Can I share it to all my friends?
Would you please?
Oh, thank you.
And now, a preview of our next tale.
And you're telling me that this great treasure is buried right under my house?
My dear lady, I can guarantee it.
Why, that's wonderful.
Of course, it'll require a measure of work to get to it.
Of course, Mr. McGrath.
Naturally, you will receive the majority of the treasure. All that I would want would be a small portion for my efforts.
Oh, I'm sure that you will receive everything that is coming to you.
Doorway to Nightmare is brought to you in part by Swanage Press. This is your host, inviting you to return with us through the Doorway to Nightmare for another adventure into the world of your terrifying imagination. Until next time, slumber peacefully. Epilogue. The butler did it.
Hey guys, this is Crimson.
And this is Swan.
Season 3 is here.
And we'd love to know what you think of the stories.
Even if it's bad.
So leave us a comment.
Or give us a thumbs up.
Thank you.
With this key, you unlock the world to your dreams. What lies beyond could be the doorway to nightmare. Come in. Welcome. I'm your host through the Doorway to Nightmare. Consider the world of the con game. It has been with us for centuries. People who spin a good story in the hopes of getting something out of others have been around since the dawn of the human race.
And you're telling me that this great treasure is buried right under my house?
My dear lady, I can guarantee it.
Why, that's wonderful.
Of course, it'll require a measure of work to get to it.
Of course, Mr. McGrath.
Naturally, you will receive the majority of the treasure. All that I would want would be a small portion for my efforts.
Oh, I'm sure that you will receive everything that is coming to you.
Our mystery drama, Secret in the Cellar, was written especially for Doorway to Nightmare by Winslow Swan, and the story was edited by Crimson McKenzie. Our stars, Annie Mick, Brinna Faith, and Raven Adams. It is sponsored in part by Swanage Press. I'll be back shortly with Act 1. The great showman P.T. Barnum once said that there was a sucker born every minute. He proved his point by displaying oddities of nature that he himself had created. He was perhaps the greatest con artist that ever lived.
May I help you?
I'm hoping that you can, dear lady. My name is Jason McGrath. By trade, I'm a surveyor.
Well, I really wouldn't know where I could put one.
Oh, oh no, I'm not selling anything.
Then what are you doing here?
Well, let me begin again. I'm Jason McGrath, and I've been surveying the area for a few weeks now, and I've made a great discovery.
Which obviously has something to do with me.
Exactly. Perhaps I could come in and explain better. No, thank you, Ms.
Lamar. Sylvia Lamar. Would you like sugar or lemon for your tea?
Thank you, Miss Lamar. Do you live here alone?
My daughter lives with me. She's in town doing the shopping.
Well then, at least you're not alone. Way out here in the middle of nowhere?
Excuse me, Mr. McGrath, but you were going to explain your business out here?
You are correct. Did you know that our Earth, this tiny planet that we make our home on, is filled with caverns, caves, and a vast tunnel system?
Really?
Oh, yes. I've been mapping this system for the last 5 years. There are tunnels that travel from coast to coast, and even around the world.
Is that so?
I've been mapping using the latest technology. This vast array of tunnels. And what do you think I've discovered?
Tell me.
Well, it is rather strange, but they all seem to converge right on your property.
Fascinating. More tea?
Oh, no, thank you. What I have discovered through my research is that directly under your home is a large cavern. And what do you think it contains?
I'm breathless with anticipation.
A fortune. A vast fortune of diamonds, rubies, perhaps the treasure of pirates?
And you say this treasure is right under my home?
I can almost guarantee it. Oh. Dear lady?
I've been pointing this gun at you for quite some time, under my apron. It is fully loaded, and I have just pulled the trigger back.
But, dear lady...
I suggest that you very slowly leave. I believe that you know where the door is.
I'm not just telling a story.
I don't know what you're telling me, but unless you want a bullet in your body somewhere... I'm not the best of shots. I believe that you should leave. Now.
Mama, I'm back.
Did you get everything?
Almost. They didn't have any ground chuck.
It's all right.
Who was that man running down the road when I drove up?
Oh, no one.
Well, I know what ground round does too.
It's all right, my child. Oh, Amelia, what will happen to you when I'm gone?
You are as healthy as a horse. Besides, you are probably going to outlive all of us.
As long as the feeding goes correctly, we both should be fine. Ah, Mr. McGrath. I had a feeling that you would be back. As you can see, I still have the gun.
Please don't point that thing at me. I've brought proof.
What sort of proof?
Mother, who is it?
It's that man again.
Hello, I'm Amelia.
Oh, dear child, do you think you could convince your mother to put the weapon down?
Mother?
Oh, all right. You were saying something about proof, Mr. McGrath.
This is a map that I got from the local library. And this is my map of the tunnels. And this is a copy of a diary that a certain William Lamar kept. I came across it at an estate sale.
But that's the name of my great-grandfather.
Exactly. He's also known as William Barty, or by his enemies, Black Bart.
A pirate? Lost treasure? And it all leads to the home of Sylvia Lamar? If Jason McGrath is a con artist, he is spinning a rather extreme story. But then, that is the hook. The story, to try and convince the mark that the con man is sincere. I sincerely hope that you will return for Act 2. They say that you cannot cheat an honest man. It is something that has never happened in the history of the confidence game.
So you think that my grandfather was this notorious pirate?
Oh, I'm sure of it, Miss Lamar. You see, William Barty left the life of a pirate and retired here. Now, naturally, he buried his fortune and then built this house over it.
What does that have to do with this tunnel system that you discovered?
Oh, nothing, my child. The discovery was simply a byproduct of my research.
Where do you think these tunnels come from?
Oh, who knows? The point is, they led me here, and I believe that your grandfather was this pirate, and his treasure is right under your feet.
So what do you intend to do? Dig up my basement?
That is my intention, if you will give me permission.
What do you think, Amelia?
We could use the money.
And of course, I would only require a small portion to cover my expenses.
Why can't I dig this vast treasure up myself?
If that is your wish, perhaps you could personally cover my costs. I'll give you my research, that way you would know exactly where to dig.
How much is this research?
Oh, a mere pittance. Say, $1,000?
How about a counteroffer? How sure are you that there is treasure under my house?
100%, dear lady.
Then get started.
I beg your pardon?
Amelia, why don't you show our guests down to the cellar?
I don't understand.
There are several shovels down there.
Mother, are you sure about this?
Of course I'm sure. It beats having ground round and not ground chuck, doesn't it?
Amelia, correct?
Yes.
I'm being sincere. There really is a fortune buried here.
Then perhaps you had better start digging.
If you could just give me the money for my services.
My mother is actually a very good shot. I suggest that you start digging. Now.
Fine. I suppose I will have to prove it to you.
How far down do you think that it is?
I'm guessing about 3, perhaps 4 feet. Maybe a little deeper?
You really believe that there is a treasure down there?
Oh, there has to be. All of my research.
It's a con, isn't it?
Are you calling me a liar?
My mother and I have had quite a number of you people out here. We know how to deal with you.
Well now, it seems that the worm has turned, an expression popularized by Shakespeare. What does Amelia mean about dealing with people like Jason? We shall all find out when I return with Act 3. The first rule of the con is quite simple. Find someone that wants something for nothing, and then give them nothing for something. Rather simple when you think about it.
How far has he gotten?
Far enough not to be able to climb out.
Good. Con me, Willie.
He did know about great-grandfather.
True. But that is something that anyone can find out about.
And the treasure?
Oh, my dear, he will find it. It may not be what he is exactly looking for.
Excuse me? Hello? Is there anyone up there?
We're here, Mr. McGrath.
Well, I've apparently dug myself into a hole and I can't get out. Do you think that I might get some assistance?
It's almost time, isn't it, Mother?
Only a few more minutes, child.
Or if you could perhaps lower a ladder down? I promise, I will go away.
You will be going away very soon, Mr. Graff. It's almost feeding time.
What are you talking about?
Are you familiar with the story of Leviathan?
My dear lady, what are you talking about?
Oh, it is very fascinating. Leviathan was a sea serpent, even mentioned in the Bible. A terrible monster that, according to Greek legend, was defeated by the god Baal.
I still don't understand. There seems to be something...
That was the treasure that my grandfather found. Not rubies and gold, but an actual creature that he brought back here.
Could you please help me out of this hole?
We found out that it really likes ground chuck, but they didn't have any today. Ground round is okay, but fresh meat is even better.
There's something to...
Feeding time. There you are, my pretty. Apparently Jason McGrath did not know that Leviathan, being a sort of god, can survive not only in the sea, but deep in the earth as well.
As long as we feed it, it keeps us safe and brings treasure directly to us.
Amelia and Sylvia watch as a large tentacle begins to scoop dirt back into the hole, covering itself up again. They smile and wait for the next feeding time. I'll be back shortly. Another rule of the confidence artist is to know the potential victim. Research, a very integral part of any game. Perhaps Jason McGrath should have dug a little deeper before approaching his mark. Our cast included Annie Mick, Brinna Faith, and Raven Adams. The story was edited by Crimson McKenzie, and the entire production was under the direction of Winslow Swan. And now, a preview of our next tale.
He came in last night, and I can't get rid of the damn thing.
Jimmy boy, what are you talking about? There's nothing there.
You blind old fool! That raven! The largest I've ever seen! Are you telling me you cannot see it?
Jimmy, I don't know what's going on, but you need some help. I know several doctors, so...
No! I refuse to see a doctor when I know there's nothing wrong with me. That raven is real.
We can put the TV special off for a few months until you...
No, damn you. You will not rob me of my chance, raven or no raven.
Doorway to Nightmare is brought to you in part by Swanage Press. This is your host, inviting you to return with us through the Doorway to Nightmare for another adventure into the world of your terrifying imagination. Until next time, slumber peacefully. Epilogue. The butler did it.
Hey guys, this is Crimson.
And this is Swan.
Season 3 is here.
And we'd love to know what you think of the stories.
Even if it's bad.
So leave us a comment.
Or give us a thumbs up.
Thank you.
With this key, you unlock the world to your dreams. What lies beyond could be the doorway to nightmare. Come in. Welcome. I'm your host through the doorway to nightmare. There are some secrets, according to Edgar Allan Poe, which do not permit themselves to be told. Secrets that, when exposed, can be devastating to the person who holds them.
He came in last night, and I can't get rid of the damn thing.
Jimmy boy, what are you talking about? There's nothing there.
You blind old fool! That raven! The largest I've ever seen! Are you telling me you cannot see it?
Jimmy, I don't know what's going on, but you need some help. I know several doctors, so...
No! I refuse to see a doctor when I know there's nothing wrong with me. That raven is real.
We can put the TV special off for a few months until you...
No, damn you. You will not rob me of my chance, raven or no raven.
Our mystery drama, Quoth The Raven, was written especially for Doorway to Nightmare by Winslow Swan and edited by Crimson McKenzie. Our stars include Mark McLain and Dave Arkipov. It is sponsored in part by Swanage Press. I'll be back shortly with Act 1. The world of an actor usually revolves around stepping out of oneself and becoming someone else. It is a rather unique talent and is not for everyone. Stripping away your inner self can sometimes be too much for the average person.
Disassemble no more! I admit the deed! Tear up the planks! Hear, hear!
Jimmy boy, that was wonderful. I've seen you do this over 100 times. You just get better and better.
Ben, I have insisted you call me James, because that is my name. James Thurgood Marshall. Now, no curtain calls tonight. I'm going to my dressing room.
Another banner night for your one-man play. Not an empty seat in the place.
Yes, all 120 of them. When are you going to schedule that road tour you promised me 6 months ago?
Oh, I got something much better planned for you. You know, when I saw you in that little theater over on Claremont Street, I was amazed.
Yes, I remember you came backstage and offered your services as an agent.
Best thing I ever did.
So, what is this deal that you have alluded to?
Jimmy, last year you couldn't get arrested. In another year, you're going to be a household name.
Just tell me what is in that little mind of yours, and do please stop calling me Jimmy.
All right, all right. Do you know who was in the audience tonight?
Abraham Lincoln. I understand John Wilkes Booth was seated behind him.
Cut the jokes. Fred Tarkin, that's who.
Fred Tarkin?
That's right, Fred Tarkin.
Just who the hell is Fred Tarkin?
Oh, only the top programming guy for the #1 television network. Jimmy, he liked your play. He wants to schedule a television special live this Halloween. Now, how's that for being a manager?
Live? Halloween night? My show?
Your show. Imagine it. 20 million viewers, plus the studio audience watching you bring Edgar Allan Poe to life. They did the same thing with Vincent Price years ago. And Fred thinks it's time to do it again.
20 million viewers? Well, is it set in stone?
Well, not set in stone. There is still the negotiations about who pays what, the advertisement, not to mention your salary, rehearsals. None of that you have to worry about, Jimmy. I'm telling you, you're on your way to the top.
Oh, Jimmy, it's wonderful! A live special?
I haven't told you once, Lillian dear. I have told you 1,000 times. Please address me as James.
Listen, sport. I knew you as Jimmy 2 years ago when you were doing bit parts off Broadway plays, so don't get on your high horse with me. I know where the door is, buddy.
Then perhaps you should use it.
What did you say?
I do not believe that I stuttered. My star's on the rise, and perhaps I do not need someone hanging on to it.
Right. Now that's hurtful.
The truth, dear Lillian, is always hurtful. Besides, don't you have your own little play to attend to?
We're in rehearsals now.
At some small theater in Connecticut, I presume? Are the Hoboken players supporting your little venture?
You can stop this right now. The play is good, and after we begin, we're on the road to Broadway.
Oh, I'm sure. Is Stephen still struggling with the ending?
Stephen is a good writer. He just wants the play to be perfect all the way to the end.
Yes, a good writer. When he was writing commercials for radio station WAOR in Hayseed, Kansas.
Look, you little turd. It's not all about you. When did you become so...
As I believe I have pointed out before, you know where the door is. Besides, I need to rehearse. I'm having a problem with the Raven. Are you still here? I'm sure that you know how to use the door.
Oh, you are so right. It's the only thing that you have been right about. You'll learn soon enough.
parting is such sweet sorrow. No matter. A little rehearsal. I did not particularly like my rendition of The Raven tonight, no matter what Ben says. Now, let me see. Once upon a midnight dreary, while I pondered weak and weary over many a quaint and curious volume of forgotten lore, while I nodded, nearly napping, suddenly there came a tapping, as of someone gently rapping at my chamber door. I told you, dear Lillian, I wanted to be left alone. Poor girl can't take simple instructions. Now that I've told you that, no one here, but I could have sworn. No matter. Can't be at the window. I'm on the 13th floor. Unless someone has scaled the building and is on my balcony. What the devil? Go on, get out of here. Where did you come from anyway? Go! Leave!
Nevermore.
What did you say?
Nevermore.
Must be hearing things.
Edgar Allan Poe was going through a difficult time in his life when he penned The Raven. His wife was ill, he drank heavily, and was struggling to be a writer. Perhaps the Raven in our story is a foreboding omen to James, the actor. I'll return shortly with Act 2. James Marshall, renowned actor, is beginning to rise in the world of the theater. His one-man show of Poe stories and poems is a hit, and is soon to be, thanks to his agent, a television special.
Okay, Jimmy, I'm here.
I know it's late.
Late?
It's only 2.
In the morning? Hell, kid, that's early for me. I mean, just because I was in my bed with a rather attractive blonde I met last night doesn't mean that I can't jump up and come over here because, why did you call me?
Don't you see it?
See what?
That thing upon the top of the bookcase.
So get a maid. They can dust.
No, that huge black raven.
Jimmy, I've never known you to imbibe, but don't you think you ought to stop?
I haven't touched a drop of alcohol tonight.
I heard of pink elephants, but ravens?
I was rehearsing when the damn thing flew in.
Oh, you were rehearsing. Let me guess, the Raven. And suddenly this black bird flew up, opened your window, came in and said, wait, don't tell me. Nevermore.
Well, I opened the window, but yes, it did.
Jimmy, take a pill, lay down, get some sleep. I'm going home.
But you can't leave. What am I going to do with that creature?
Call animal control. Maybe they'll be able to see your raven.
All right, Jimmy. I'm here. Against my better judgment, since you threw me out of your life last week. What is the big emergency?
You mean you can't see it?
See what? How big your ego's gotten?
Up there! On the bookcase!
What do you think that you do see?
That rather large, black raven sitting there, staring at us with its devil eyes.
You don't have to do that dramatic thing with me. How much have you had to drink tonight?
I haven't had anything for over a week. The night that winged monster came in.
Oh, Jimmy! You really are losing it. There's absolutely nothing there.
Winged monster from hell. It spoke to me. That first night. Maybe I'm losing my mind, but I tell you that there is a raven up on that bookcase.
Fine. There is a raven. So what do you want me to do about it?
Thank God I didn't have to perform this past week. Ben made all the arrangements so that I could concentrate on the television special. But that beast is distracting me.
The only one who is distracting you is you! Call me if you really need me. Although, I don't think you need anyone.
Foul creature! What demon has sent you to me? When are you going to disappear from my abode?
Nevermore.
You are simply a figment of my imagination. I shall will you away. Like so! You go gone!
Nevermore.
I said be gone!
Nevermore.
You wretched beast! Get out of here! Go away! I'm not some drunken rider trying to scratch out a living. I'm a theatrical star. Get out of my life before I...
Jimmy?
What? Oh, Ben. I didn't hear you come in.
How long have you been like this?
Ben, you must believe me. Surely you heard that raven talk to me.
It's okay, Jimmy. I believe you. You've been in that little theater for so long that you grew comfortable. Now we are talking about a major change. It's just nerves.
I'm telling you, it isn't nerves.
Jimmy, do you trust me?
Implicitly.
Then come with me to your future. You see, this is your future. I'm rather proud of myself for the deal I got you. In 1 week, we signed the contracts. I got you a 6-figure paycheck, and the studio has already made the sets.
Impressive. Very impressive.
See, over here, the set for the pit and the pendulum. They even have a real working pendulum. Don't worry. It's made of cardboard. But look at the realism.
Yes, I see.
And then the next set, the cask of Amontillado. You see the wall where you start placing the bricks to wall up Fortunato? They are made of styrofoam that fit rather nicely.
Quite realistic.
Over here, the library set for the Raven. Look up there. A fully animatronic Raven. It even says nevermore.
I have one in my apartment.
And finally, the empty bedroom, where you've deposited the remains of the old man with the vulture eye in the telltale heart. Do you understand what I'm telling you, Jimmy? A lot of money's gone into this thing. I'm counting on you.
I don't intend letting you down.
You already have, kid. You're cracking up. Maybe you just aren't ready for success.
But I am. I'm ready.
No, you're talking to invisible birds. You've been holed up in your apartment for over a week. You've missed 6 performances already.
No, I was off this entire week.
Only in your mind. Do you know how much money I've had to refund to people because the star of the one-man show did not show up?
I had no idea.
I'm canceling the special. I'm gonna get you some help.
Canceling? No, this is my opportunity. You can't take it away.
I just did, kid.
You wretched old fool. You won't take this away from me.
Jimmy, just cool it. Do you know who you're talking to?
Yes, a decrepit old man who has forgotten his place.
Don't give me that look. You look like you're going crazy. Hey, Jimmy, stop coming at me. Have you gone insane?
Oh, I could just kill you.
Stay back. Don't come any closer.
I'll kill you.
Stop it, Jimmy. I can't breathe.
That's because I'm choking you, Ben. I'm killing you. You won't stand in my way. I will have the 6-figure income and you will be going 6 feet under. Die, Ben, die. No, boss. I'll just break your neck to make sure. Now, to hide the body. What better place than the set of the telltale heart. You shall be a star, Ben. The body of the man with the vulture eye.
Actors are a different breed of human being. They have been known to let success overwhelm them. But to drive someone to murder? I'll be back shortly with Act 3. The world of the stage is unlike any place that you have ever been. The magic of being transported to a different time or place is quite intoxicating. For the performers who are a part of such a world, it can also be quite intimidating.
Hi, hello, James.
Well, at least you have learned to use my name.
I simply came to wish you good luck tonight.
Never wish an actor good luck, dear Lillian. That is almost assuredly wishing him a horrible performance.
Well then, break a leg.
Thank you. Besides, luck has nothing to do with it. I shall shine like the star that I am.
Where's Ben? I thought he would be here by now.
I haven't seen or heard from him since last night. Do you think that something is wrong?
I hope not. Ben saw one of my rehearsals. He's agreed to represent me as well.
You could not have a better agent. And my soul, from out that shadow that lies floating on the floor, shall be lifted.
Nevermore.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. And now a performance of one of Poe's greatest horror stories, The Telltale Heart. No, you fools, not yet. I'm sorry, ladies and gentlemen. Our sound effects engineer is so excited to get to the sweet meat of the story that he's a little ahead of himself.
James, knock it off! What are you doing?
Please, could we please have silence on the set? What idiot have you hired for sound effects? Can we please cut the beating heart?
James, there isn't anything playing. There's no sound on besides you.
Don't you hear that? The beating heart's not supposed to start until I begin to go mad. Cut the sound. Cut it.
James, there's nothing playing.
Nevermore.
We've done that part already. What sort of people are running this program?
Nevermore.
James, what are you doing?
The heart! The beating heart! Stop it! Stop it!
James!
Villains, I admit to the deed! Tear up the planks! Here and here, do you see? You see, it is the beating of his hideous heart!
What have you done? Thank you, George, for bringing me home.
Oh, it was my pleasure. If it's one thing I cannot stand, it's funerals.
Ben was a great man.
It taught me everything I know. Now, Lillian, I hate to bring it up, but, well, I've been working on some contracts for you. I'm working very hard to make you a star.
I appreciate that. But if you don't mind, I'd rather wait until tomorrow to discuss business.
Oh, sure. I'll let myself out. You know, with Jimmy gone, you're the next in line to be the top star. Now don't look so surprised. You call me if you need anything.
A star? Oh, poor depraved Jimmy. You just could not handle success. Amazing what a little hallucinogenic mushroom can do in a salad. And, oh, did he love his salads. A little here, a little there. And you start seeing ravens. Maybe that bird wanted a little bite of your expensive lettuce. Of course, I never dreamed that you would kill poor Ben. Oh well, the price one pays for fame and fortune. What is that? Something at the window? Oh my. A raven. An honest-to-God raven?
Nevermore.
No!
Nevermore.
No!
Lillian watches as the raven lands and settles on her bookcase, its black eyes staring as if seeing something dark deep within her soul. I'll return shortly. Though thy crest be shorn and shaven, thou art sure no craven, ghastly grim and ancient raven, wandering from the nightly shore. Tell me what thy lordly name is on the night's Plutonian shore. Quoth the Raven, nevermore. Our cast included Mark McLain, Dave Arkipov, Crimson McKenzie, and Winslow Swan. The entire production was under the direction of Winslow Swan, and our story was edited by Crimson McKenzie. And now, a preview of our next tale.
Happy, darling?
Oh, David, it's the most beautiful house that I've ever seen. Yes, I am very happy. And the view from the cliff, it is like the end of the world, and beyond is only ocean.
Oh, which is why I built the house here, right on the cliffs.
Oh, I couldn't be happier.
Just promise me something.
Anything, my love.
Promise me that you won't come to Horizon Point alone.
I don't understand.
Just promise me. I don't ever want to lose you.
This is your host, inviting you to return with us through the doorway to nightmare for another adventure into the world of your terrifying imagination. Until next time, slumber peacefully. Epilogue. The butler did it.
Hey guys, this is Crimson.
And this is Swan.
Season 3 is here.
And we'd love to know what you think of the stories.
Even if it's bad.
So leave us a comment.
Or give us a thumbs up.
Thank you.
With this key, you unlock the world to your dreams. What lies beyond could be the doorway to nightmare. Come in. Welcome. I'm your host through the doorway to nightmare. My soul is full of longing for the secrets of the sea, and the heart of the great ocean sends a thrilling pulse through me. The poetry of Longfellow. You can almost hear the rolling ocean, feel the tide, and be mesmerized by the sound.
Happy, darling?
Oh, David, it's the most beautiful house that I've ever seen. Yes, I am very happy. And the view from the cliff. It is like the end of the world, and beyond is only ocean.
Oh, which is why I built the house here, right on the cliffs.
Oh, I couldn't be happier.
Just promise me something.
Anything, my love.
Promise me that you won't come to Horizon Point alone.
I don't understand.
Just promise me. I don't ever want to lose you.
Our mystery drama, Horizon Point, was written especially for Doorway to Nightmare by Winslow Swan and edited by Crimson McKenzie. Our stars include Winslow Swan, Crimson McKenzie, and Dave Arkipov. It is sponsored in part by Swanage Press. I'll be back shortly with Act 1. If you happen to be driving along the coast, you may come across a solitary road. By taking this little detour, you may find yourself on top of Horizon Point, a cliff that overlooks the ocean from over 1,000 feet above. It's a rather picturesque place to be, unless you are there alone.
The sea, the raging sea. It makes such a thunderous sound against the jagged rocks below. The crashing of the waves, and the feel of the wind. Cold wind against my cheeks. I was so happy. Only a month ago, I was so happy.
Happy, darling?
Oh, Dave! I just can't believe it! How could I have let you talk me into marriage?
Sandra, I told you, I'm a very persuasive fellow.
Whom I hope will be happy with his new wife.
Oh, you make me very happy, Sandra.
If this house that you keep talking about is as handsome as you are, we're gonna have a lifetime of happiness. It was a beautiful house, sitting atop of Horizon Point by the sea, the pounding sea. At night I could hear the waves crashing, and the sound would lull me to sleep. But my happiness did not last for very long.
Still not sleeping?
Oh, Dave, I don't know what's wrong with me. Every night for the past week, I've been hearing the strangest sounds.
Well, the ocean does sound a little more mysterious at night. I suppose I don't notice them anymore. Something that you will eventually get used to.
No, David. It's not the sound of the ocean. It sounds like someone whispering. I can't quite make out the words, but it definitely is someone saying...
Oh, darling, let's be reasonable. This house has been battered by storms and rain since it was built. It's probably just the wind blowing through the small holes that have been created.
It's just unnerving.
Well, there isn't a lot I can do about it, dear. Now don't worry. It's only the wind and the sea.
Afternoon, Mrs. Winwood.
Good afternoon, Mr. Vincenzo. I've been meaning to tell you how beautiful the grounds are. You do remarkable work.
Thank you, ma'am.
This is the first chance I've had to talk to you. It really is quite beautiful up here.
So you are the new Mrs. Winwood.
Well, I am the Mrs. Winwood.
Mr. Winwood never told you about his first wife?
Oh, yes. I believe her name was Rebecca.
Yes, ma'am.
I understand that she committed suicide.
Left right off Horizon Point.
Poor girl.
That is, if you believe Mr. Winwood.
What do you mean?
I talked to her the morning that she jumped. She told me some things that, well, perhaps I've said too much already.
No, please, tell me.
She had been roaming around the grounds for days looking for something. Said there must be someone else here who tries to talk to her at night. I assured her that no one else, except for myself, lived on the grounds.
Did she tell you what that someone said?
Yes, ma'am. She told me that the voice kept saying, "Peace, no more."
I have lived by the ocean in my lifetime and, like Sandra, found the sound of the waves quite soothing and peaceful. I have never heard a voice whispering to me. I'll be back shortly with Act 2. John F. Kennedy once said, "We are tied to the ocean, and when we go back to the sea, whether it is to sail or to watch, we are going back from whence we came."
Oh, the sound fills my ears and penetrates my brain. It fills me with such sadness as I stand here on Horizon Point, watching the waves so far down below. So far below, crashing into the rocks. Oh, Dave, why did you not believe me? Why didn't you tell me?
Well, there was nothing to tell. Rebecca was, well, a very sick young woman. She imagined all sorts of things.
Like a whispering voice in the night?
Are we on that again? It's only the wind.
Then what would have driven her to suicide?
I don't know. She was always sort of a sad girl, always talking about feeling depressed. I tried, believe me, I tried to get her help, but she refused.
And what about me? Am I just a silly, sad girl?
No, of course not. The only thing that you have in common with Rebecca is that neither of you were accustomed to living anywhere near the ocean. The sea has its own language that speaks to its residents in different ways. I mean, what is it with all the questions about Rebecca? Oh, wait a minute. You've been talking with Mr. Vincenzo, haven't you?
He did mention something about...
My first wife committed suicide. She walked up to Horizon Point, and for some reason that no one, not even Mr. Vincenzo, knows, why she decided to take her own life. I see no reason to drag it all up again.
I'm sorry, darling.
No, I'm sorry. Oh, it was devastating to me. And then I meet you. And for the first time, I finally felt normal again. I love you, Sandra.
And I believed you, David. I truly believed you. You knew nothing of my inheritance, and you never even asked if I had money. Not like the other suitors in my life. You were different. Or at least I thought so.
Here you are, Sandra. I brought you a nightcap.
Oh, Dave, you're so sweet. I don't think I need one tonight, though.
And now, come on. It might help you sleep. You haven't been sleeping well, and I thought this might help.
Thank you, David.
Are you still taking the pills?
Yes, and I am very tired.
The doctor said that they should help you sleep. You know I just want you to get better.
What? Who's there? I can't see anyone. Who's there? No. Stay away. Stay away! She doesn't want me here. I've intruded and married the man that she loved. Sleep no more. I can't sleep anyway. And the ocean calls to me. Calls to me.
Then go to it! Why couldn't you have just jumped like Rebecca?
You would think that it would now be the end of our story. The murderous David Winwood has gotten away with his crime. I can assure you that terror awaits ahead when I return with Act 3. It is said that the waters are the beginning and end of all things on earth. They certainly were the end of Mrs. Sandra Winwood. It has been a week since her fall from Horizon Point. The funeral has been held, and the mourners have all gone to their respective homes, including David Winwood.
Mr. Winwood?
Yes? Oh, Mr. Vincenzo.
I'm sorry about Mrs. Winwood.
Yes, quite a shock.
She always seemed to be going to Horizon Point. Never understood why. But then, first Mrs. Winwood used to do the same thing. Didn't she, Mr. Winwood?
I'm not really sure what you are driving at.
I'm just saying. It seems funny, you losing both of your wives to suicide.
Perhaps you had best be careful what you are saying, Mr. Vincenzo.
Oh, I'm not saying anything.
Oh, be sure that you don't. Sandra's death was ruled as a suicide, and that should be the end of it.
Guess you might want these back then.
Oh, what is it?
Oh, just a bottle of pills I found out by the point.
What?
Weren't these the ones that Mrs. Winwood was taking?
What are you getting at?
I showed them to a friend of mine, a pharmacist. Told him they'd been prescribed to me for sleeping. He told me to find a new doctor. These pills are downers. They can cause depression in a normally happy person.
Well, perhaps your friend made a mistake.
Maybe. But I didn't mistake the small speakers I found, did I?
I think that I've just about had enough of...
Along with a tape that had a woman's voice saying, "Sleep no more"?
What are you after, Vincenzo?
Just enough to live comfortably, say 1,000 a week.
Oh, you're insane if you think...
Did I mention my good friend the pharmacist? He's holding a package for me with instructions on what to do in case something happened to me. You understand now, Mr. Winwood?
Farewell, Sandra. Though we are parted, I promise to live my life with your memory in my heart. And your money in my pocket.
David?
What? Who is that?
It's me, David. Your beloved. Don't cry.
No, I wasn't, but how?
We took our vows. And when I repeated, till death do us part, I whispered, longer. I want you for all time and beyond.
No, you're dead.
And what of me, David?
Rebecca?
Was it I your love? Why, David?
No, don't come near me.
But we love you, David. Don't you want us anymore? Yes, David. Look at us. Look how beautiful we are.
Ah! No! Both of you! Stay away from me!
Mr. Winwood, come away from the edge.
Vincenzo! Help me! Don't you see them?
Mr. Winwood, there's no one here. Step away from the edge.
You will be with us, David. You will be with us. With us, David. You will be with us. All time.
No! You're both
Mr.
dead!
Winwood!
No!
Look out!
Stay away from me! Stay away from me!
David.
Please, stay away! Don't...
You will be with us.
No! Stay away from me! Stay...
Eternity begins and ends with the ocean's tides. For David Winwood, his eternity is just beginning. I'll return shortly for the final word. David Winwood's death was ruled as a suicide due to the testimony of Mr. Vincenzo. However, something was erased from the transcript that the groundskeeper had testified to. He swore that he indeed saw two females pushing David over the edge of Horizon Point. Our cast included Winslow, Swan, Crimson McKenzie, and Dave Arkipov. The story was edited by Crimson McKenzie, and the entire production was under the direction of Winslow, Swan. And now, a preview of our next tale.
This is a one-time offer which terminates almost immediately.
You ain't real.
Oh, I assure you that I am very real. You said you want to be the greatest musician alive. I can make that possible. All it takes is a simple signature.
Doorway to Nightmare is brought to you in part by Swanage Press. This is your host, inviting you to return with us through the Doorway to Nightmare for another adventure into the world of your terrifying imagination. Until next time, slumber peacefully. Epilogue. The butler did it.
Hey guys, it's Crimson. If you enjoy these, please hit that like button and share with your friends.
With this key, you unlock the world to your dreams. What lies beyond could be the doorway to nightmare. Come in. Welcome. I'm your host through the doorway to nightmare. The author Stanley Victor Pascovich wrote, "I've heard many say, I'll sell my soul to the devil in hopes of gaining money, power, or fame. Why do they think that they have that much worth over any other person? And the devil, if there is one, wouldn't simply wait for them to condemn themselves on their own."
This is a one-time offer which terminates almost immediately.
I must be stoned, man. You ain't real.
I assure you that I am very real. You said you want to be the greatest musician alive. I can make that possible. All it takes is a simple signature.
Our mystery drama, Ironclad Contract, was written especially for Doorway to Nightmare by Winslow, Swan, and Crimson McKenzie, and stars Crimson McKenzie, Robert Jackson, and Winslow Swan. It is sponsored in part by Swanage Press. I'll be back shortly with Act 1. The story is a rather old one. A person who wants something so badly that they are willing to sell their soul to the devil to attain it. Ah, the devil. That fallen angel who tempts and promises treasure beyond our wildest imagination. But for what price?
Oh, wow, man. We really rocked it tonight. Man, that was freaking awesome.
Do you really think so, Philbin? You honestly can stand there, look me in the eye, and say that we were awesome?
Hey, Dave, come on, man. We were hot.
Can you open your eyes all the way and say that? Yeah, well, me and the others don't think so. I mean, what is wrong with you?
Hey, man. I'm great. Maybe you and the others should start backing me up a little better.
We have been for the past 3 years. You've been stuck in this dive, not going anywhere, and you've been getting worse.
Oh, yeah? Well, that's a load of crap, and you know it.
No, Philbin, you're a load of crap. The guys have been thinking about replacing you.
Replacing? Me? But it's my band! I'm the lead, baby, the #1 guy.
You were #1 at one time. You've been getting sloppy, coming in drunk or high, missing chords, forgetting entire verses to songs. It's gotta stop.
Well, Dave, you ain't been exactly playing up to par either. Who am I kidding? He's right. They're all right. I swear, I would sell my soul if I could just be the greatest musician alive.
Why not?
Hey, who are you? How did you get in here? Oh, what is that smell?
Sorry, the brimstone sort of linked us. You said that you wanted to be the greatest musician alive. Well, here I am.
Yeah, so what are you, some kind of an agent?
I am much more than a mere agent. I can make it all possible for you. Of course, you need a lot of work, a lot of practice.
You mean you just can't snap your fingers and make it all happen?
Oh, you watch way too many movies. The ability is already in you. We just have to bring it to the surface.
Yeah. Alright, so what do I have to do?
Everything that I have said and more is all here in this contract.
Looks like the book they send out from Medicare.
Read it carefully, then sign it in blood.
No, and there it is. So you must be the devil.
Did the trademark smell of brimstone not give it away? I go by many names. For the time being, you may call me Mr. Tobias.
You know, you don't have a whole lot of luck with musicians. I sort of remember another...
We do not discuss that.
Okay. Chill. So, what do I get for signing this?
Everything you want. You will be successful beyond your wildest dreams. However, there is a time limit.
Really? How long?
I will give you 10 years? Yeah, 10 years. After which, I will come and collect my payment.
Yeah, you know, that's real tempting, but,
Remember, you called me, and you will have to work very hard to achieve your greatness.
Okay, man, I tell you what. How about we make a little wager?
Oh, You intrigue me, Philbin. What sort of wager do you propose?
No. Just get a stupid signature. What does everything have to be a game with you? Just get the signature and leave. Is that so hard?
But Philbin intrigues me. Oh, now please, Philbin, tell me of this wager that you are thinking of.
Okay. You're supposed to be this all-powerful demon, right?
Well, within certain limits.
Okay, so if in 10 years I can come up with something, say, physical, that you can't do, you forfeit the contract.
Something physical.
Is it a deal?
I'm done. I am so done. Go on, take the stupid bet.
If you're so worried, Miss Lilith, then you can be Philbin's agent.
Oh, no. You are not going to do that to me again. I thought handling Mozart was bad, and then there was Hoss Greeley, the country singer. And now you want me to handle this toad?
Hey, let's don't get personal.
Enough! I accept your challenge. Now, sign.
As someone once said, the devil does not come in a red cape with pointy ears and a long tail. He comes as everything that you could ever wish for. Why don't you come back for Act 2? Philbin has signed the contract that includes a small wager. It has now been 3 years since Mr. Tobias entered into a deal with the rock singer Philbin.
Man, I cannot believe that crowd.
You just had to change the bass line, didn't you?
Yeah, but it made it better, though, didn't it?
I think you're trying to kill me. 10-minute drum solo? My arms are killing me.
At least your guitar playing has gotten better.
Did you have burritos tonight?
Only food I know of.
That's what that smell was.
Yeah. Sorry about that, wild child.
Dude, do you not realize these drums are weapons? And if you do that in front of my set one more time, I'm going to use them.
Oh, come on. It didn't smell that bad.
Is that why the first row passed out?
So, you think that was a good show?
Didn't you?
You know, Miss Lilith, you've been riding us for like 3 years now. We just sold out
A 200-seat club. Big deal. I told you to step it up.
We did step it up.
A notch. One lousy notch. Give Philbin and me a minute, will you guys?
Hey, Miss Lilith, don't you think...
Not one word. I need your A game tomorrow night. I need you to step it up 1,000 notches.
Yeah, well, what's so special about tomorrow night?
Brian Jackson from KGM Records is going to be here.
Wait, the Golden Ear himself?
Well, he's under contract too. Anyway, I played him your demo. He wants to see you guys live.
Have you already told the others?
Hell no! And don't you say anything either. The contract was with you, not them.
Hey, wait a minute. I mean, they are my band.
Then say goodbye to them. When Brian hears you, he is going to want to sign only you, not them.
Well, that stinks.
Hey, you wanted to be the greatest musician alive. Tomorrow night, you get your chance. Don't screw it up. You call that playing? I've heard better playing in a grammar school band. $12 million sold, and you think that is good? You better do something or your soul is going to be sold. Your next album will be hitting the bargain bin the second day out. I don't care if you sold out to Shea Stadium. If the next single doesn't hit big, you are finished.
Gonna keep your face in that newspaper all night?
Yep.
Oh, you mean you're not gonna ride me like you've been doing?
Nope.
Okay. So what did I do wrong now?
Nothing.
What is going on with you?
You really don't know. Ugh! That is one thing I will not miss.
Yeah, sorry, burritos again.
Jeez. Ugh! Will you please open the window? And I thought brimstone smelled bad.
There, is that better?
It will have to do.
So what is up with you?
You really don't know.
No, I really don't know. Why don't you tell me?
At midnight tonight, I will finally be rid of you.
Hey, wait a minute. It hasn't been 10 years. It's only been 7.
10 years from the day you signed the contract, and it's about 5 minutes to midnight. Hope you've enjoyed your run.
Now, wait a minute. I didn't sign the contract with the music label until 3 years after I signed with Tobias.
You humans will never learn. You think that you make the rules? We make sure that you adhere to them.
Philbin sits down heavily, waiting for what will happen in the next few minutes. Lilith smiles as she waits for her employer, Mr. Tobias. And you should wait for me to return with Act 3. Henry Ward Beecher once wrote that all men are tempted, provided that it is the right temptation and the right time.
Thank the lower region.
It is time, Mr. Philbin.
Now, wait a minute. Wait just a minute. It hasn't been 10 years.
10 years from the date that you signed the contract.
But that's not fair. I worked my butt off for 3 years before...
You humans! A deal is a deal. Is it our fault that you had to work for 3 years? Well, is it?
No, I guess not.
Then, are you ready to go?
No, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Now, don't forget about our little wager.
I was so hoping he wouldn't remember.
Hey, like you said, a deal is a deal.
Fine. As I recall, you were to give me a physical task of which I could not perform. So, Mr. Philbin, what is this task?
Well, let me ask you something first. This is a pretty big world we live on. Is there anywhere on this planet that you have never been?
Mr. Philbin, I was here when the words, "Let there be light," were uttered. I have been in the deepest and darkest corners of Africa. I have been to the frozen tundra. There is not the slightest bit of earth that I have not tread.
So, I guess everyone in the world.
I know the hearts and souls of everyone. I simply wait for them. Some, like you, call me. Others I seek out.
So you are known everywhere, and there is nowhere on this earth that you do not know or have not been.
I told you! I am the Dark Angel, the all-powerful ruler of the underworld. I've been everywhere. There is nothing and no one that I have seen. Enough of this! Give me the task! Give me the task!
Well, all right. That's all I wanted to know. I suppose I win.
What are you talking about? What do you mean you win?
I specifically requested to redeem my soul should I come up with something that you cannot do.
I can do everything!
Then I propose that you get lost.
Get lost? What do you mean?
It's Johnny and that stupid golden fiddle all over again. Did you not learn your lesson? That's how you lost that fiddle. You can't take advice from anyone, especially since this time I was trying to help you.
I don't understand the task.
Hey, it's really easy, man. Go out and get lost.
I'm the all-powerful, all-knowing on this planet. I cannot get. No.
So, is that it?
That's it. You beat the contract. Now he's going to be impossible to live with.
Hey, Lilith, why don't you just stick around?
Philbin, I'm a demon as well. I have a contract that I still have to fulfill.
Yeah, well, I guess I'm no longer the greatest musician alive.
Philbin, you always were. You always had the ability to play. That was one thing that Tobias could never take away from you. Go on. Hit the stage for that late night crowd. Just you and the guitar.
Hey, what about you?
Maybe I'll see you around. You got lucky this time, kid. Remember, always read the fine print.
See the shadow of your smile. In your eyes I see a million miles. In your sleep you have rocking all streams. All is not exactly as it may seem.
While Philbin didn't have the success that he longed for, he is still playing in small clubs and seems to be much happier now.
Butterflies are not always free. Sometimes lovers don't always agree. In your sleep you have rocking all dreams. Where time stands still for you and for me.
You return with us shortly.
And that's the way it goes, round and round.
Most, if not all, religions have some sort of devil within their ideology. But as a wise person once said, be careful who you trust. The devil was once an angel. Our cast included Robert Jackson, Crimson McKenzie, Winslow Swan, William Stafford, Carter Sheriff, and Brinna Faith. The story was edited by Crimson McKenzie, and the entire production was under the direction of Winslow Swan. And now, a preview of our next tale.
Okay, Fred. Is there anything that you would like to tell us?
Well, you see, the rules clearly state...
Enough with the rules. Just tell us what happened.
Okay, please don't be angry with me.
Fred!
The party wasn't my idea, I swear.
Idea or not, those ghost hunting people are gonna be here with their stupid cameras soon. Stan, what are we gonna do?
Doorway to Nightmare is brought to you in part by Swanage Press. This is your host, inviting you to return with us through the Doorway to Nightmare for another adventure into the world of your terrifying imagination. Until next time, slumber peacefully. Epilogue. The butler did it.
Hey guys, this is Crimson.
And this is Swan.
Season 3 is here.
And we'd love to know what you think of the stories.
Even if it's bad.
So leave us a comment.
Or give us a thumbs up.
Thank you.
With this key, you unlock the world to your dreams. What lies beyond could be the doorway to nightmare. Come in. Welcome. I'm your host through the doorway to nightmare. Do you live in a haunted house? Have you seen something that you cannot explain? Shadows lurking in the darkness. Unexplained noises.
Okay, Fred. Is there anything that you would like to tell us?
Well, you see, the rules clearly state...
Enough with the rules. Just tell us what happened.
Okay, please don't be angry with me.
Fred!
The party wasn't my idea, I swear.
Idea or not, those ghost hunting people are gonna be here with their stupid cameras soon. Stan, what are we gonna do?
Our mystery drama, Haunting Has to Host, was written especially for Doorway to Nightmare by Winslow, Swan, and edited by Crimson McKenzie. Our cast includes William Stafford and Crimson McKenzie. It is sponsored in part by Swanage Press. I'll be back shortly with Act 1. Stan and Dorothy Peters welcomed Frederick Washington Davis into their home some time ago. Oh, did I happen to mention that Fred is a ghost?
Is there anything that I could help you with, Stan?
No thanks, Fred. I'm good. Just finishing up painting in the living room. I hope Dot likes this color.
Does this make the second or third time you have changed the color?
Fourth.
Oh, Stan! This is perfect! Thank you so much!
Anything for my beautiful wife.
Oh, you two make a great couple. I wish my wife and I...
Please, Fred. Don't even talk about that. Well, never mind. We already had one incident with her. Let's not do that again.
Hear, hear.
Stan? Fred! What's that mist in the corner?
I don't know.
I don't know. Uh-oh.
What?
Hello, everybody! Oh, where has my little ghost gone?
Drew! Is that you?
Hiya, Freddy! Oh, pal, oh, kiddo, so-and-so. Say, you got some really nice digs.
Fred, who is this?
Allow me, Freddy. I am Archibald Drew Stanwick of the Southampton Stanwick, late of Virginia. And who might you be, you delicious looking hunk of female?
Hey, that's my wife.
Oh, pardon me. I did not mean to offend.
Hi, I'm Dorothy. This is Stan, my husband. This is our house. Now we know who you are, so tell us what you're doing here.
Oh, just visiting my good old friend, Freddy. Hey, Freddy. You really got it made.
Oh, Drew, please.
Oh, Freddy. Why don't we go and have a discussion in the kitchen?
Would you care to explain the presence of whatever that is out there?
Well, he is sort of a friend.
What do you mean by sort of a friend?
Well, he did stay with me in the last house I was at. He's what you might call a roving spirit.
You mean like a homeless person?
Well, sort of. From what he told me, he was hitchhiking across the country when he was hit by a truck. That's why he doesn't look all that presentable.
He could certainly use a makeover.
Okay, I get it. So why is he here?
Well, you see, there is an article in the paperwork that states I have to host any ghost, spirit, boogeyman, werewolf, vampire, or entity when they decide to visit or need a place to stay. It only applies to the roving ones.
Wait a minute. You mean he can stay here?
Who made up these rules?
Oh, well, it all comes from the head office.
Okay, so he is just visiting, yes?
Oh, yes, just visiting.
Thank goodness for that.
Of course, his last visit was 3 years.
As in 3 years ago.
No, as in he stayed for 3 years.
There is no way that he is going to stay in this house for the next 3 years.
Oh, hey, Freddy. Tell Stan that he has good taste in Scottish.
My Scot! Fred.
Oh, I'll take care of it, Stan.
Oh, and sorry about the stain on the wall. Sometimes my ectoplasm gets a little thin.
My newest paint! Fred!
No, I'll take care of it, Dorothy.
Hey, you guys are really great letting me stay.
You are not staying.
Hey, Fred, did you explain the rules to your humans?
My hands are kind of tied, Stan.
Besides, there are a lot of worse things than me that could show up. Now, some of those werewolves, oh, brother.
I want you out of my house tonight.
Oh, come on. I just need a place for the night. I'm working my way down to Florida. Hey, Freddy, remember Flora Bell?
You are heading towards her? You're a lot braver than I am.
Yeah, she's haunting a place on the outskirts of Miami. Oh, and let me turn on the computer. There's a show starting soon on on the website with the play button and such. Yeah, that website. YouTube. Yeah, that's it. YouTube.
Now, what would a ghost want with YouTube?
To watch it, stupid.
Hey!
No offense, my favorite show is coming.
When you sleep, you enter into another world. Beyond that world lies the doorway to nightmare.
Oh wow, Doorway to Nightmare. That's a heck of a program.
Turn it off! Now!
But it's a new story. Don't you like horror stories?
I do like them, but not while two ghosts are in the same room with me.
Okay, I'll shut it off. Wow, Freddy, she even scares me.
One night, Dorothy? Please?
It's against my better judgment. But all right. But only one night. Stan, we are going out to eat. Alone.
That was a great dinner.
I would have settled for Burger Barn as long as we were away from Drew. I wonder if he stays drunk all the time. And how does a ghost even stay drunk?
I don't know. But he better stay away from the brandy that I've been saving.
Stan? Is that coming from our house?
Sounds like a party.
You don't think...
Stan! God!
Fred! What is going on?
I swear I had nothing to do with this.
Hey, guys! Come on in. The owners went to dinner, Sorry, no brandy, but plenty of vodka. Have a great time.
My paint job? Oh, Fred, if you only knew what I was thinking.
I guess you guys are a little angry.
Believe me, Frederick Washington Davis, you have yet to see me angry.
The author Sue Grafton once wrote about a character who did not believe in ghosts. Her answer was that some people do not see the color red. It doesn't mean that it does not exist. I will see you when I return with Act 2. John Malkovich once said that the ghosts that you chase, you never catch. Stan and Dorothy Peters did not have to chase the ghosts that have invaded their home.
What a mess.
I'm sorry, Stan. I'm trying to clean it up.
What was that?
That is known as a ghost with a massive hangover.
Gee, I sure hope that his head doesn't hurt.
Oh, poor Drew. And just look at my living room walls!
Oh, knock it off, Drew!
Hello? No. It was just a party. No, you can't come over. No, you do not have my permission to...
Stan, who was that?
Someone that I was really hoping would never come over again.
Not my wife again.
No, someone much worse.
Oh, hello, Mr. Carson. To what do we owe the pleasure?
Millie drove me over here.
Oh, where is she?
She's talking to your neighbor, Nellie, Ellie, Shelley, I'm not sure. She said she'd be right back.
I told you the last time that I felt a ghostly presence here.
Mr. Carson, Mrs. Carson, please do come in. And away from our other neighbors.
Stan, I'm sorry about this.
I would offer you a drink, but...
That's okay, Stan. Millie, why are we here?
Mrs. Johnson across the street happens to eat at the same restaurant that I do. Today at lunch, she described the strangest party that took place in this house last night.
Oh, well, yes. We did have a bit of a small party last night.
She said that when she looked over here, there were strange lights going on and off and weird noises. There were things floating in the air.
Balloons? I mean balloons. We were only celebrating.
Balloons shaped like furniture and lamps?
Oh, we bought the fun balloons.
Oh, no. Not her again.
Hey, Freddy, who is this?
It's Stan's boss's wife, Mrs. Carson. They came for dinner one time, and she swore the place was haunted.
Isn't it?
Well, we convinced her otherwise.
Oh, I see, I think.
After hearing about this...
Millie, what did you do?
I called an expert in these things, that's what.
Oh, no. Please tell me you didn't do what I think you did.
Mr. Carson, what are you thinking?
Millie started watching Ghost Watch on TV. They investigate hauntings.
Yeah, them and about 1,000 others. You know, they really give us ghosts a bad name.
I'm getting a little nervous.
I called the producers of the show. They were delighted.
Uh-oh.
They should be here tonight. Cameras, equipment, the whole thing. Isn't this exciting?
Fred, why are we meeting in the bathroom?
The most private place in the house.
Well, it's supposed to be.
Where's Drew?
Well, that's why I wanted to talk to you guys. You see, we may have a small problem.
Now what?
Well, Drew reminded me of another rule.
I am sick of all these rules.
Oh, you're going to be even sicker.
Just tell us what's going on. And where is Drew?
Probably on his way to Miami.
At least he's gone now.
Yes, but you see, I'm still here.
But you've always been here. So what's the problem?
According to the rules, a ghost, while still on the ethereal plane, can't be proven to be a ghost.
I don't understand.
Well, it's okay if some people see us, you know, like you guys, but we can't appear before the entire world, especially on some TV show.
Okay, so what if it does happen? I mean, they have video of other ghosts, right?
And you never see them again. They get banished.
To where?
I really don't want to find out.
Okay, Fred. What do we do now?
I don't have the slightest idea.
It seems that our resident ghost has a bit of a problem. Perhaps a solution will present itself when I return with Act 3. Stan's employer, Jack Carson, and his wife, Millie, came to the Peters home at the insistence of Millie, courtesy of the nosy next-door neighbor that has validated Millie's haunting theory.
Millie, Stan's home is no more haunted than our own.
Explain the basement door that opens on its own all the time.
Loose fittings, which I have since fixed.
What about the light in the bathroom that always shuts off when I take a shower?
I would call it good taste on the ghost's part, but it was just a loose bulb.
Jack, I know that their house is haunted, and I intend to prove it.
Okay, so, Fred, let me make sure that I have this correct. You told us that we're the only ones who can see you because you're part of the household.
That's right.
And the only thing that other people can hear are your ghostly tricks.
Yes.
So how did the neighbors hear and see the other ghosts during the party?
Well, you see, if a spirit comes around, they're not part of the household.
Which means that anyone who happened to look over here could see what was going on.
Exactly.
And that puts you, Fred, at risk.
Oh, very much so. Oh, Dorothy, what am I going to do?
You are going to do what you do best. Stan, go to the basement and dig out that old tape recorder.
And do what with it?
Hide it. Oh, and get some of that fishing line. Fred, do you think you could string some around, say, the lamp and the table?
What are you planning?
Nightmares, Fred. Nightmares. We're going to show them a real haunted house.
Hello, Mrs. Peters. This is Chad Shepard. He's the producer and star of The Ghost Watch.
Very pleased to meet you.
The pleasure is all yours.
And you're right, Mrs. Carson. I can feel the spirits here. I'm going to get the camera set up and all the other equipment.
Now, just a minute. I didn't agree to...
It's okay, Stan. I'm sure that Chad will get everything that he needs.
Should we turn the lights out?
Yes, the cameras have infrared lenses. We have everything tied into these monitors. We can see every inch of the house from right here.
Did you hear that?
I sure did.
Oh, look at that.
That lamp. It's floating in the air.
Have you ever had anything like this happen before?
Well, once in England, I investigated a thing.
Look, The table. It's floating too.
Oh, that happens all the time.
What was that awful screech?
A banshee. Does it all the time. Sometimes Stan and I go to sleep hearing it. Don't you find it soothing?
This is fantastic.
You should be here when things really get going.
I think you guys have got a genuine poltergeist. This'll be the highest rated show ever.
Wait a second. Look at that.
What is it, Mrs. Carson?
On the lamp. Is that...
Hey, wait a minute. That looks like... Is that... fishing line? You could have done a better job of hiding the tape player.
Oh, darn. Woe is me. I guess the gig is up, Stan. We have been discovered.
You mean it was all faked?
We were just getting ready for our next Halloween blowout and things got a little out of hand. That's what the neighbors heard and saw.
I really like Halloween. Last year, we had the best haunted house in the neighborhood.
Millie, is there something that you would like to say?
I'm sorry. I promise I won't mention ghosts again. Oh, listen to that nosy Nellie.
Thank God. Stan, I apologize for all of this. See you at the office.
I can't believe.
Just because you don't believe in ghosts doesn't mean we don't exist.
Hey, was that?
It's very nice meeting you. Please get your equipment out of my house. I'll be watching for the next episode. Bye-bye. Did we pull it off?
I think so. Fred, please, for all of our sakes, no more guests.
Oh, it's a deal.
It better be. And help Stan paint the living room. Again.
Stan and Dorothy allow the production team to remove the cameras. After a quick exit, they all settle down to watch a good old-fashioned horror movie. And if you have never watched a scary movie with a ghost, I highly recommend it. I also recommend that you join me back here shortly. Bess Truman once said that she was sure that the White House had ghosts, but she was not half as alarmed in meeting them as she was meeting with the live nuts that she had to meet every day. For Stan and Dorothy, they have grown to accept their resident ghost, Frederick Washington Davis. Our cast included William Stafford, Crimson McKenzie, Winslow Swan, Robert Jackson, Annie Mick, Dave Arkipov, and Ezra J.D. Emmans. The story was edited by Crimson McKenzie, and the entire production was under the direction of Winslow Swan. And now, a preview of our next tale.
Don't you get it yet? We shouldn't have come in here.
It's just an old house. There is nothing in here. It was either this or stay out in the storm.
I don't mind the storm compared to this.
Compared to what, Matthew? It's just an old house. Nothing more than that.
Doorway to Nightmare is brought to you in part by Swanage Press. This is your host, inviting you to return with us through the Doorway to Nightmare for another adventure into the world of your terrifying imagination. Until next time, slumber peacefully. Epilogue. The butler did it.
Hey guys, this is Crimson.
And this is Swan.
Season 3 is here.
And we'd love to know what you think of the stories.
Even if it's bad.
So leave us a comment.
Or give us a thumbs up.
Thank you.
With this key, you unlock the world to your dreams. What lies beyond could be the doorway to nightmare. Come in. Welcome. I'm your host through the doorway to nightmare. Do you ever think of the undead? The ones that lie under the ground, the millions that wait patiently. Perhaps you think of the ghostly ones, the ones that walk among us, unseen and jealous of our lives.
Don't you get it yet? We shouldn't have come in here.
It's just an old house. There is nothing in here. It was either this or stay out in the storm.
I don't mind the storm compared to this.
Compared to what, Matthew? It's just an old house. Nothing more than that.
Our mystery drama, Keep Out, was written especially for Doorway to Nightmare by Winslow, Swan, and edited by Crimson McKenzie. Our stars, Brinna Faith, Raven Adams, and Robert Jackson. It is sponsored in part by Swanage Press. I'll be back shortly with Act 1. I am quite sure that somewhere in your city there is a house that seems not to be quite right. The house that has been empty for years, that people avoid at all costs. Perhaps this house is right in your neighborhood. A house that even in the daytime appears ominous and foreboding.
The storm seems to be getting worse.
I know. I've never seen one pop up so quickly.
Where are we, anyway?
Oh, I was hoping that you would know, Erica.
Matthew, are you kidding?
I think I took the wrong exit off the highway. God, I don't recognize anything.
Why don't we just turn around and head back to the highway?
That's what I've been trying to do. If you haven't noticed, there are no other houses or driveways down this road. I haven't seen a place to turn around yet.
The storm is getting worse.
Yeah, well, we have another problem.
What?
We are almost out of gas.
Please tell me you're joking. So now what, genius?
Well, we could sit here, or we could walk to that station I passed about a mile ago.
In this weather? Are you nuts?
Or maybe that house over there has a phone. I could call someone.
Best idea you've had so far.
Oh, now, isn't this just lovely? A private cemetery.
You said that we should try this house.
Yeah, well, I didn't see the cemetery.
At least the storm's passed.
Ooh, they're coming to get you, Erica.
I think we can do without that, don't you?
You mean you don't think about the undead? The ones that we are probably walking on right now?
Oh, ha.
Ooh, listen carefully. Perhaps you can hear them whispering on the wind.
Let's just get to the house.
Aren't you even scared?
Yes, I am. I'm petrified that I'm going to catch a cold.
But just listen. Don't you hear those ghostly creatures that are lurking?
Jeez!
It's only a cat. Oh, you should have seen yourself.
Well, I wasn't prepared for it. Stop laughing or I swear.
Okay. But you gotta admit, it made you jump.
Yes, I admit it. Happy now?
Wait a second.
What is it now?
Just wait. Erica, don't turn around.
Don't do it! Don't! Are you serious?
I'm telling you, don't turn around. I think I see something behind you.
Matthew, will you stop trying?
I'm not kidding. Don't turn around. It looks... Oh, God. It looks like something that's been dead for a long time.
This is childish!
I can't take my eyes off of it. I'm not sure what the hell it is, but just don't turn around.
Matthew, please stop it.
It's getting closer, Erica. I'm afraid to run. Just don't turn around.
Please, Matt, just stop. You stupid idiot!
It was just an owl.
I should just leave you here. I'm going up to the house to see if they have a phone.
Some people do enjoy being scared. Others like to give a good scare. But there are some places where it is not such a good idea. I'll be back shortly with Act 2. Matthew and Erica have found themselves at the front door of a rather foreboding house. They are hoping that there will be a working phone inside and not something else.
Storm is picking back up.
Let's just stay here on the porch.
Until the sun comes up? Are you nuts?
I don't think anyone is at home.
That's not a good sign.
That's okay. I'll just stay out here and get wet.
Come on, how bad could it be? At least it's dry inside.
Right. Dry. Not a serial killer or maniac in sight.
Oh, stop. Let's go in. Hello? Is there anyone here?
No answer. Let's find another house.
Oh, well, this is the only house we saw. Let's just try to find a phone.
Very funny, Matthew. Now open the door.
I didn't close it. I can't get it open.
Don't lie! Forget it. We can find another way out. Let's look for a phone.
Hang on, I got my lighter. I think there are some candles over there. There we are. See? It's just an old house. Nothing more, nothing less.
Look up there, over the fireplace.
Now, that portrait is enough to scare you.
I wonder who it is.
Silas Green.
And how do you know that?
Oh, I know all about this place. Silas Green was a doctor who did a lot of unnecessary surgeries. He bought this place, and they say he experimented on people that he brought here. You know, no anesthesia. They say you can still hear the screams of his victims.
You're making that up.
Okay, maybe I am. But the old boy in that portrait, yeah, that really is Silas Green.
Again, how do you know?
I can read the nameplate below the portrait.
Oh, I didn't see that. Ah! That thing nearly killed me!
It's an old house. We have to be careful. Come on, let's go this way.
This doesn't look like a dining room to me.
More like a doctor's exam room.
You were only kidding about Silas Green, weren't you?
No, I swear, I just made that up.
Well, obviously this was some sort of doctor's house. What's that stain on the floor?
That looks like dried blood?
Hey, there's an old book over on the table.
Look at this. Well, I'll be.
What is it?
I guess I wasn't making it up. Old Silas really was a doctor. A surgeon, actually.
Matt, look at the dates.
I guess we don't have to worry about Silas. This is dated 1890. Oh my god.
What is it?
I was only joking, but according to these entries, he really did do experiments on people. Look here. Removed the vocal cords. Screaming is annoying. preparing to remove the right lung. Patient still stable.
No! That's horrible!
I'm not even gonna read the later ones. He removed someone's brain while they were still alive.
Let's just get out of here.
Hey, Erica, wait for me. Erica? Where are you?
Most towns have a story or legend associated with an old house, especially one that no one has lived in for a long time. The sort of house that everyone avoids going near. You come near shortly when I return with Act 3. Matthew finds himself alone in the mysterious house. Erica has disappeared somewhere within. She finds herself strapped to a table. Beside her, a collection of ancient surgical instruments.
Matthew, where are you?
No need to scream, my dear.
Who are you?
I'm the doctor assigned to your case. I've recommended surgery. And I can assure you that it is going to be very, very painful. Scream all you want. No one can hear you. You should have paid attention to the sign.
You maniac! What sign?
I believe it is time to begin. I think that we will start with the scalpel. An incision at the breastplate down to the midsection. I shall be removing your lower intestine.
No, please, no!
Get away from her!
Get out of here! You're not sterile!
Get me out of this! The candles!
Let's get out of here. This whole place is going to go up.
No! There is still the operation to perform. Stop!
How do we get out of here?
The door has to be this way.
Matthew, the fire is getting closer.
The operation must go on. Come back here.
God, so is he. Come on.
Come back here.
I can't get it open. I'm gonna try to break it down.
Forget the door! The window, now!
No, you must not leave. I am the doctor. Surgery is necessary.
At least it stopped raining. Why did we have to come through the graveyard again?
It was necessary.
As long as we're out of that house, I don't care where we have to go to get back to the road. Good thing is, it's burning down. Matt, look. The house is still there. What happened to the fire?
I don't know. It's like the flames just disappeared.
I wonder what he meant by not seeing the sign. I mean, what sign?
Aren't you forgetting something?
Matthew? Matthew? Why did you stop walking? Matthew, you're changing.
I told you, the operation has been scheduled.
Oh, God, no. Matthew, stop it! Stop it!
And it will be very, very
no.
painful.
Matthew, stop it! Stop it!
Damn! No, not now! Not. Come on, baby, come on. Hi, honey. No, I'm okay. It's the car that is having problems. Yeah, if you can. Look, I'm stuck out here by the old Silas place. I know. Oh, I don't care if a hurricane comes through. I can read. I can definitely read the keep out sign, and if it's one thing I know how to do, is to keep out of that place.
As the song says, sign, sign, everywhere a sign. But do we really pay attention to all of the signs? You pay attention as I'll be back shortly. The next time that you see an old deserted house that is at the end of a dimly lit road, what will you do? Are you the kind of person that would go inside, explore, and possibly ignore the warning signs? I certainly hope not. I do hope that you will join me again behind the doorway to Nightmare. Our cast included Brinna Faith, Raven Adams, and Robert Jackson. The story was edited by Crimson McKenzie, and the entire production was under the direction of Winslow Swan. And now, a preview of our next tale.
Naturally. You never think about me.
Darling, I always think of you.
Oh, yeah. Spend all your stupid time in this worthless garden. When, Stuart? When do you think of me? When you're talking to all these weeds?
Please, Nora, not so loud. Negativity is very detrimental to the growth of my babies.
What about my growth? What about me?
Doorway to Nightmare is brought to you in part by Swanage Press. This is your host, inviting you to return with us through the Doorway to Nightmare for another adventure into the world of your terrifying imagination. Until next time, slumber peacefully. Epilogue. The butler did it.
Hi, it's Crimson. If you enjoy these plays, please hit that like button. That way we know. Don't forget to subscribe and share it with all your friends.
With this key, you unlock the world to your dreams. What lies beyond could be the doorway to Nightmare. Come in. Welcome. I'm your host through the doorway to Nightmare. The artist Claude Monet once said, "My garden is my most beautiful masterpiece." A well-cultivated garden of flowers, shrubs, and trees can be a wondrous and delightful place to spend a few cherished hours in. Well, for most of us.
Naturally. You never think about me.
Darling, I always think of you.
Oh, yeah. Spend all your stupid time in this worthless garden. When, Stuart? When do you think of me? When you're talking to all these weeds?
Please, Nora, not so loud. Negativity is very detrimental to the growth of my babies.
What about my growth? What about me?
Our mystery drama, Yard Work, was written especially for Doorway to Nightmare by Winslow, Swan, and Crimson McKenzie. Our stars include Winslow Swan, Crimson McKenzie, and Mark McLain. It is sponsored in part by Swanage Press. I'll be back shortly with Act 1. If you happen to be driving through the outskirts of the town known as Barrettsville, you will notice the well-trimmed lawns, the care given to the flora and fauna of the landscape. If you happen to turn down Willow Lane, you will find one of the most magnificent gardens at number 133, owned by one Stuart Williams.
And how are my babies today? I'm sure the rain last night did you a world of good. I must remember to get some of that plant food that you all seem to enjoy so much. Oh, and there she is.
I thought I'd find you out here.
Oh, please, Nora, not so loud.
Oh, afraid your little babies or the neighbors might hear?
My plants, they pick up on negative energy.
You haven't even begun to see negative energy yet.
Oh, please, Nora.
Spend all your time in this stupid garden. When have you ever had time for me?
My garden is my quiet place. A place to let my soul heal.
And what about me, Stuart? What about my soul? You're at the office all day, and when you get home, you're out here. Do you think you can just grow another one of me?
Maybe I could get some peace.
What did you say?
Oh, nothing. I said nothing.
Just what are you? A big, fat nothing.
Nora, I'm home.
Well, it's about time.
I'm sorry that I'm late, but I had a few contracts to finish before I left.
Oh, sure you did. I suppose you don't want dinner, do you?
Oh, I had a bite at the diner.
Naturally, with that redhead that you are so fond of, huh?
Oh, there is no redhead. I simply got a sandwich. Now, what's for dinner?
I had a steak. Your steak is still in the oven, and hopefully the consistency of a leather shoe. Would you like steak sauce or shoe polish? Bon appetit! No! Stuart! I can't stop the water! What is wrong with this thing? Stuart!
And how are my precious roses today? Oh, you are looking wonderful. How about a little water for your petals?
How did I know I would find you out here?
Nora, what's the trouble now?
The trouble? The trouble? The toilet backed up and overflowed again. Didn't I ask you to fix that 2 weeks ago?
Yes, Nora, and I was going to fix...
Don't say it! You were going to fix it after you piddle-paddled around in this swamp.
Oh, please, Nora, please, keep your...
And what about the living room door? It still creaks. And the washer. When were you going to leave your precious little flowers to fix the washer?
Nora, I will get to it all after
After you're done playing with your stupid little weeds, maybe this will get you out of your stupid garden.
Nora, not my children! Stop it!
Stop you!
The actress Helen Mirren once said that gardening is always learning, that by having one, you are always learning. Stuart is learning just how much his wife detests his own garden. I'll be back shortly with Act 2. An old Chinese proverb says, "He who plants a garden plants happiness." Nora is far from happy with Stuart's obsession, as she calls it.
What did you call it?
An obsession! Who do you think cooks around here? Cleans the house, washes your clothes? Do you think your precious flowers and trees can do all that? Admit it, Stuart. You are obsessed. Well, well, well. The great gardener is home early. Wait, did you get fired?
No, I didn't get fired. I want you to come outside, to the garden.
I've seen that weed factory already.
Oh, but not like this.
What is that thing?
That is a statue of Friar Thomas. He was a monk who kept the gardens up at his monastery.
It's hideous. It's borderline terrifying. Are you trying to scare your weeds to death?
Well, I think it gives the garden character.
He's scowling. He looks mad at some... Wait a minute. Stuart? How much...
He tended the garden so well that people came from other countries just to view the...
You spent over $1,000 on a gazebo. Hundreds and hundreds on flippin' seeds. Seeds! Not to mention all the gardening tools and food you said that your preciouses have to have. How much did this scary, weird thing cost us?
Oh, well, not much.
How much?
It was really a steal at $700?
$700? Are you mad? Please tell me you're just joking.
There's a new stone and sculpture shop that opened last week. I was supporting our local business.
They make gravestones. Stuart, what is wrong with you?
Oh, but look how it makes the garden so much more...
grotesque? Outrageous? Terrifyingly horrible than it already is?
Well, I was thinking... stately.
Return it. Get my money back.
Oh, but Nora, please.
I want that thing off my property.
Oh, please, it really makes the garden...
You are lucky that I even allow you to have this infestation of weeds. Don't you forget, Stuart, this is all my property. My money that lets you pitter-patter about in the yard every weekend.
Yes, dear.
Take it back. I want it out of here immediately. Can't believe he would do such a thing. Naturally, he puts it right in front of the living room window. God, what a horrid... Wait a minute. Stuart? Stuart!
Yes, Nora?
Did you move that monstrosity closer to the house?
It weighs more than 200 pounds. They brought it in on a dolly with 3 rather large men to put it into place. Besides, I've been in my study working on a case file.
Then please explain to me how it got there.
Oh, well, that's funny. I had them place it in the center of the garden.
And now it's practically looking into our living room window?
Statues and sculptures represent many aspects of our society. They serve as reminders of what was, what is, and what could be. Let me remind you to return for Act 3. Michelangelo once said that every block of stone has a statue inside of it. It is up to the sculptor to discover it.
Another night, another dinner, ruined. Why did I ever marry such a... Why, it's gone. The monstrosity is gone? Hello?
Oh, I'm very dreadfully, terribly sorry, darling, but...
Oh, you. Thank you.
Well, you are welcome, I think.
You know what you did, and I honestly appreciate it. I really do. You know, sometimes you can drive me straight up the wall, but for some unknown reason, I married you, and in my own way, I do love you.
Well, Nora, I love you as well. Now, will you please tell me what I did?
I know I can be hard to live with, but, well, seeing
Nora,
that monster statue gone really shows me that you can do what I tell
Nora.
you, and that will make it so much better here.
Nora,
now,
please
just
listen.
get rid of that ugly garden.
Nora! I only called to tell you that I am working late and won't be home until midnight. As for getting rid of the statue, I haven't touched it. Oh, I'm sorry, but I have yet to call the mason works to come out and pick it up. So, what are you talking about?
But it is gone. It's not in the garden. Oh, Nora, stop it. You're just freaking yourself out. What is that? The statue? It's standing at the kitchen window. No, 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 no! Where did you go? I know you're out here! I know I saw it by the window. Ah! What are you doing in here? How did you? No! Stop moving! It's impossible! Stop it! Get away from me! No! 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 Oh! 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 Oh, my chest! I can't breathe! It hurts! No!
Detective, what happened?
Heart attack. Pure and simple. I'm sorry for your loss.
She did have a heart condition. I tried to get her to do something about it many times. She was just so stubborn.
I understand. Something definitely frightened her.
Why do you say that?
The look on her face. Heart failure? Yes. But something froze her face like that. That is the look of pure terror.
I wonder what it could have been.
Well, looking at that garden and that statue out there, that's enough to scare anyone.
Oh, please, Detective, you don't really believe that a piece of stone could have caused her to die from a heart attack, do you?
No, but something sure did.
Hello, 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 my pretties. You are looking wonderful today. Getting enough sunlight? Oh, I must remember to order those seeds I saw in the catalog yesterday. Yes, my dears, you no longer need worry about the yelling and the screaming from Nora. Well, our good friend Friar Thomas took care of that. Well, a replica anyway. Isn't it amazing what a bit of styrofoam and some fishing line can do to someone with a heart condition?
Stuart looks up at the statue and smiles. He gathers his gardening tools and takes them to the shed, where another statue, made from styrofoam, stands in the corner. I'll be back shortly. Is it possible to be scared to death? According to science, the release of adrenaline during a stressful situation can cause damage to the heart, even death. It is rare, but it does happen. Our cast included Winslow, Swan, Crimson McKenzie, and Mark McLain. The story was written by Winslow, Swan, and Crimson McKenzie, and the entire production was under the direction of Winslow Swan.
Hi, this is Winslow Swan, and here we are at the end of Season 3, something that I thought would never actually happen. I could have never put this series together without the help of some very special people, let alone do 3 seasons. We made a few changes, and we welcome back a voice actor who really knows how to capture his character. First and foremost, I must thank Crimson McKenzie, who believed in this series right from the start and who pushes me to do better with each episode. She is my muse, co-writer, editor, and a wonderful friend. I would also like to give a special thank you to Carter Sheriff, who filmed our new opening and who has also participated in some of the plays. We are thankful also to welcome back Mark McLain this season, and we hope to hear from him many more times. So with that, thank you again to the voice talents of William Stafford, Mark Wheeler, Raven Adams, Annie Mick, Mark McLain, Dave Arkipov, Ezra J.D. Emmans, Brinna Faith, Robert Jackson, Carter Sheriff, and Crimson McKenzie. And thank you to everyone, and especially you, the ones who listen and support us, the ones who dare to step through the doorway to nightmare. We're working on Season 4, and we can't wait to see you there.
Doorway to Nightmare was brought to you in part by Swanage Press. This is your host, inviting you to return with us through the doorway to nightmare for another adventure into the world of your terrifying imagination. Until next time, slumber peacefully. Epilogue. The butler did it.